Hey, what's up, baby? We here. Kenny late. And Kenny's using his new massage gun. Um, hey, did you say Bagley in that little update that you just gave me, Jesse? Bagley and Barnes are both doubtful. Yeah, I see you, Poker Pro. I see your message up there. I doubt it, bro. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I said it yesterday. I'm like here or here with Marvin. There's like no in between with that dude with me. It's either I'm tantalized like KC or I'm like, yo, man, what the hell? Like, what is going on? And I'm very much in the what the hell stage. That's how Jesse feels about Kim. Sacramento Celtics. Sacramento Celtics going out there and losing to Cleveland. Yeah, Roddy, Deuce Mo is today. Deuce Mo is today at 147. 147, they be here. Come on, Roddy. Don't be so Roddy. We're about to put you in the penalty box, man. Don't be so negative. Come on, man. We got them good vibes today. We got them good vibes today. Shut up, Manny. What up, Max? See you, baby. I see you. See you. How moms like that Luke Belair? That good stuff. You shut up too, Ramsey. All of you guys, shut up, brother. I swear, brother can't wear a hoodie, can't wear a short sleeve shirt. Sure as hell can't wear a sleeveless shirt. Just be on here riding me, man. Yeah. They sleep. Well, they sleeve shaming. Yeah, I know everybody gonna wear it tomorrow. No, I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna wear it today.
Well, I have one. I support.
The hell is your voice coming from?
Oh, check.
No, I'm hearing you a couple of times. Hang on, nothing's potted up. It's got to be something on my computer. Hang on. Yep, it's on my computer. We're safe. We're good.
All right. I was gonna say, I got a hoodie too. Looking forward to the WNBA starting. I need a t-shirt. It's hot as hell. It's gonna be
yeah. I may or may not have been looking for a WNBA t-shirt this morning. They had a new hoodie design, man. It was pretty dope that I liked. Asian designer made it. It's pretty hot.
Oh, hold 1 second.
Good. Poker on a scale of 1 to 10 is like a soft one. Yeah. That's probably accurate. Kings win tonight. I'll go sleeveless tomorrow. There's the deal. Kings win tonight. I'll go sleeveless tomorrow. That's how we'll do it. Okay. Yes, sir, David. You know what it is. I've been known to cut the sleeves off a t-shirt or two.
We got I
don't apologize.
A Twitter update. My main man Pete Young has followed me back.
Man, I'm sorry. I am K Diddy Damian Wright. It was an oversight. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm just drinking points out west. I just never self-made progress. I done that check.
Didn't take long, boy. Didn't take long today. We already on one here on this May 13th edition of Dealing with KC. Welcome in. Sit down. Get comfortable. Pour some McQueen in the Violet Fog. I mean, it's noon. It's perfectly okay. People drink at brunch. Grab some Luke Belair. Mix it with a splash of orange juice.
Yeah.
And just hang out for the next 4 hours, man. We've got you covered. You're going to need some alcohol beverages headed into tonight's game because it turns out it could be a little bit stressful. The Sacramento Kings are still in it.
Well, what you mean to say, Damien, is it turns out
still standing. I'm still strong.
I didn't even mean for that clip to be funny, but it does literally crack me up the more I play it.
You just when you fall in love with something, boy, you fall hard. I tell you that. Like, you most definitely do. Spurs lost to Brooklyn, and James Harden, who rolls out of bed, puts on a jersey and drops 18 and 11 like it's nothing. Like those Brooklyn Nets, they don't ease into any situations. They just like, oh, back off. I want to drop 40. If I drop 40, if I want to hit 11 assists, I hit 11 assists, and ain't nothing to it.
Hey, look here, man. All I know is if they're healthy, I'm getting 4 bottles richer. If they're healthy,
that's fine. You're not getting 4 bottles richer. The bet is the Brooklyn Nets. I've got the field. Kenny's got the Brooklyn Nets. I said the Brooklyn Nets aren't winning the finals. If I win, he gives me 2 bottles of Bel Air. If he wins, I have to give him 4.
I'm telling you, if they're healthy, like literally, to me, literally the only thing that's going to stop them is if guys can't go. Because when they play, like you said, James Harden, we hadn't seen him since 1996.
It's 97, but that's fine.
And he comes in there, 18 and 11, easy work, win for the Nets.
Ridiculous. Hey, and I'm all for it. We needed it.
I know we all for it last night.
It got done. And you know what I need? I need Zach Randolph to continue this MVP season he's having. That's what I need. I need Zach Randolph to continue playing like an MVP. That's what I need from your New York Knicks tonight in the mecca of basketball, in the world's most famous arena. I need the Knicks to get it done. You know, Jesse and I were looking at something right before we went live on the stream. You know, Memphis has absolutely zero incentive to win these next 2 games. Have you looked at the play-in standings? Have you seen where they're at?
Yeah, they're locked into 9.
Well, they're not locked in. They can switch spots with Golden State.
Yeah.
They switch spots with Golden State. What happens?
They play the Lakers.
You ain't trying to win these next couple of games. If you're the Memphis Grizzlies, you're not going to fall below San Antonio. You don't want to go play the Lakers the first 2 games of the season.
Absolutely
or the first,
not.
or excuse me, you don't want to play the Lakers in the first play-in series.
Absolutely not. Somebody get top 5 point guard in the Western Conference and my coolest point guard in the league, Ja Morant, on the line. And let's talk to him and let him know, hey, chill out, big dog. Get ready for that playing game.
Yeah, y'all don't want this. You would rather, if you're Memphis, you'd rather have the Spurs or the Grizzlies. Hell,
Absolutely.
We know, or excuse me, if you're Memphis, you'd rather have the Spurs or the Kings, because you know you can push around the Kings.
Yeah,
you could rip Freeport Metro off the room. Ain't nobody got to do nothing.
Yeah.
That's who you want to play.
You ain't got to worry about the Kings, man. They soft. They soft. Be Elite is still here. Maybe they haven't checked the waiver wire. Maybe they haven't checked the transaction wire. Be Elite is still here. Be Elite is playing for.
That's Shaquille O'Neal's favorite player. Thinks he's playing really well right now in the Kings run. He loves Nemanja Bjelica. Thanks. Bogdan Bogdanovic is a great shooter.
I love that kid, Bobby Jackson. He's a spark off the bench.
See,
but
that's where we're at.
Look, Memphis.
They're a half game back, by the way, just so people get what we're talking about. They're only a half game back of where Golden State is. They're in the play-in. Like, that's not, they're good. But Golden State is only half a game ahead of them.
The incentive is you get to 8 and you have 2 shots, as opposed to being at 9. Like, you can lose 7-8 and still play, the winner of 9-10. That's the one I haven't figured out how to skate around to convince John and them boys to just relax.
No,
so you want to catch Golden State so you can be 8.
Yeah.
And that gives you 2 shots at.
Yeah, but 2 shots against the Lakers.
Well, here's the thing about it.
Because the Lakers, they've Dallas and Portland has to lose they have to lose both of their games,
right?
The remaining games to get in.
So this is the argument. This is how I would try to convince Memphis to lose. If you win and you leapfrog the Warriors, you're gonna have to play the Lakers and the Warriors. If you stay where you're at, you get the lowly Kings.
So lowly Kings ain't nothing.
Hold on, we're trying to make an argument here. We're trying to convince them. We're trying to convince them, everybody. Don't worry about what me and Damien are saying. The lowly Kings. And then you get your choice of the Lakers or the Warriors.
Well, it's not their choice.
That's right. You're right.
It's not like they get to pick. Go, well, the Warriors won, but I'd rather play the Lakers. Yeah. The Lakers play, but I'd rather play the Warriors.
So once again, me and Damien, what we call them, the lowly Kings. You can play the lowly Kings.
Yeah.
You know, at home. Yeah, at home. I guess you'd be playing either game at home if you rate, but still, you don't want to face the Lakers and the Warriors. Just take one of them.
I'm with it. You don't want to deal with this headache. Stay there. Nine's a good number. It was Jordan's Olympic number.
I like that.
Who wouldn't want to be there? That's got to be good mojo for the Memphis Grizzlies. It's Jordan's Olympic number.
Absolutely.
You don't want to move up and play the Lakers. You see LeBron's getting healthy. Man, you don't want that smoke from LeBron and AD. They're raising championship banners. They're telling everybody they're ready to go. Suddenly, they're not too concerned with the play-in game. And I wish Marshall Harris understood we have a 4-hour talk show that we have to do. We have 20 hours of talk time, but yet day after day, he insists on blowing up our text thread about things that we're saying. Marshall is adamant that the Memphis Grizzlies need to play the Los Angeles Lakers. Can we just give Marshall Harris a direct line to the studio so he could leave me the hell alone? Can you just give Marshall his own private line to the studio? We'll just connect him. He can call my phone right now. I can put him on the air from here.
Look, and I'll tell Marshall this. Yes, 2 shots are better than 1. But if you have to play the Lakers and the Warriors, do you even have a shot?
Well, I don't know if you've heard this before. Nobody wants to see Steph.
No, nobody. I haven't heard that before. That's a revelation. Revelation there by you, Damien. Nobody never thought about that.
Nobody wants to see Steph. It's not the Warriors. Ain't nobody worried about the Warriors. Nobody wants to see Steph. That's what it is. And LeBron is activating playoff mode. I think that's what we were seeing last night. If you saw him and Anthony Davis as the banner was being raised, I think we saw the beginning of not zero. No. You're getting them confused. Not Zero Dark 23, but playoff mode activated. It's not the same thing. Playoff mode activated is when he goes into like this transformer role and he's ready to go. Hey, nobody want to deal with that. Nobody want to do that.
Transformer mode.
He's ready to roll. He's ready to roll. But the Kings are going to have the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. The Pelicans were eliminated yesterday, by the way. It's just the Kings. Kings are the only team that has an opportunity. Nobody else.
They almost were the last team left standing of the non-playoff teams. But the Wizards couldn't close out the Hawks. Therefore, the Bulls are still alive. Does that mean anything to anybody? That you were the last team eliminated?
No.
Of course.
But not. It is, but
it doesn't mean anything to me, but I mean,
no, but it is. I mean, look who the other teams are. Minnesota.
There's like 8 teams. It's not even that many.
Like Houston, Oklahoma. Right. There are more teams that have clinched than teams that have been eliminated. But I think the only one that really catches your eye is New Orleans.
Yeah, like that's the
New Orleans, like
of the NBA season.
31-39, huh? That's the effort that y'all put forward this year. 31-39. Last year, the Pelicans were 30-42. So they'll be marginally better, I guess. But
Stan Van was a terrible hire. And Griff, who everybody was just breaking their necks. Griff, he got over on the Lakers. Well, yeah, Lakers raised the banner last night. You guys are the most embarrassing team in the league.
That was always a poor take. I'm not. Someone, I don't know. It just doesn't add up. That roster, the coach, none of it. The Stan Van Gundy hire is still one of the most confusing moves of the offseason.
Griff, the super GM, getting off of Drew Holiday. Why would you do that?
I don't understand that either. Why are you so harsh on David Griffin?
Because people lose their mind over David Griffin, and
really?
all he's ever done is have LeBron.
Oh, that's not fair. Like he put together a championship squad for he went out and executed. He went and got all the old veterans that LeBron liked. Like he put together a team. Like you can't ignore the fact that they went to 4 straight finals. I know it's LeBron's team, but I don't think you could just go Griff had no part in it.
I don't think Griff had no part in it. Now he may have been
I guess you can.
He may
My
have
bad.
Some stuff, and he had LeBron on his side. You know, look. That's a skill in itself, but it ain't like he's some master GM out here.
Maybe. I don't know if you go to davidgriffith.com. I don't know where you go to get this. I just think he's well respected. I think he's well respected, and thus he's covered as the way a general manager who's well respected is.
And look, it may sound crazy. I respect Griff too. I used to hear him when he had the radio show before he got rehired. I like his basketball mind. I like what he's got to say. But people, it's once again, if you guys notice anything about me, it typically isn't the person, it's the coverage of the person that bothers me more than anything. And people lost their mind over Griff, and they just need to calm down.
I like Griff. I think he's great. It's just the Stan Van Gundy thing I don't understand. So it boils down to Sacramento and Memphis, because there's another component to this, and it's the Spurs. The Kings don't control their own destiny. They need the New York Knicks to handle business tonight.
Go New York, go New York, go.
They need the Phoenix Suns to handle business a couple of times over the course of the next couple of days. So there's still a lot to be laid out here, man. But it's you live to fight another day, as John Witherspoon said in Friday. So we're going to talk about this game from all of the different angles, including how different would the Metu incident be with Jonas Valanciunas with this current roster. That's coming up here. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. You could jump in on the chat, twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
I'm still strong.
Or youtube.com.
I didn't mean to press that there. My bad.
youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're back with more Deuce and Mo, by the way, coming up at 1:47 here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Few things drive me to open this McQueen and the Violet Fog bottle more than a text exchange with Marshall Harris. So best believe this one's going to be cracked tonight. And that smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor, man, that cools those hot tempers that come in through that text message. Actually, it's only me whose temperature rises when Marshall ever combats one of our views here on D'Lo and KC. Of course, Marshall will be with us tomorrow. McQueen and the Violet Fog is with us always, as you can taste the quality in every single bottle. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. They don't make much, but what they do make is damn good, and it is available for you right now at drizzly.com, or you could grab it at whatever your favorite local retailer is. And if for whatever reason your favorite retailer doesn't have McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, no problem. Let me know, or let Casey know. We'll let our man Ben know, and we'll make sure that McQueen and the Violet Fog is stocked up wherever you buy your beverages from. When you mix up a little cocktail, send us a picture. You'll be watching the games tonight? All good. Send us a little picture of your cocktail. We want to see it at D'Lo and KC or at McQueen and Violet Fog on Instagram. We want to spread the word all throughout the valley on the best gin in the entire world. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. We want to remind you, no matter how frustrating Marshall Harris can be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Nobody will ever question if that was live.
Yeah, my bad about that, Antoine. I was messing around on here, and I literally hit that by accident. Luckily, I didn't hit the that'll put butts in the seats or something like that. Talking about McQueen, that'll put butts in the seats. No, it really will. It really will.
Yep. Yep.
They right now it's like baseball, right? You got things you got to take care of, but if they get eliminated tonight, tomorrow, Valanciunas might have to see me if I'm on the Kings. You might have to see me.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, that'll be an interesting story to follow because Valanciunas might not play. He was listed as something. I don't remember if it was doubtful or what it was. See Griff is in here.
Oh my gosh. That is funny. Yeah, I recognize how that probably comes off. And like I said, you guys will learn this about me if you don't already. Very rarely is it the person. Very rarely. It is the way that person is covered. Some people it is the people. Aaron Rodgers is probably the person. Draymond Green is the person, but it's more so the coverage. Yeah, you better be out if they get knocked out of this playoff. Say that. Getting that hard foul.
You're 143. I don't know if you saw that in Slack for McQueen. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, coming from Freeport.
On the side of the Freeport of the vet hospital I went to. You on that side.
That's the side that'll get Valanciunas back right there.
That's right. Yeah.
We ain't over by McClatchy.
About to go for a walk while Sprout was in there and gather up the people like, hey, let's roll, fellas. Some of the ladies, hey, let's go get Valanciunas. Chat in full effect, already acting out over there on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Go check us out. Hit the thumbs up while you're there. Hit the subscribe button as well. We'd greatly appreciate it. You don't want to miss Deuce and Mo. They're going to join us coming up at 1:47 as the Kings season rolls along here. And it sure didn't feel like in the midst of losing 9 of 11, and didn't feel like in the midst of 9-game losing streak number 1. Or 9-game losing streak number 2, that there would be one team left competing with the 4 other squads for a play-in spot, and it wouldn't be the New Orleans Pelicans. It wouldn't be Karl Anthony Towns and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Hell, at the beginning of the season, we thought James Harden was going to be in Houston. He very much was not. It's the Sacramento Kings sitting here at 31-38. As my partner mentioned, the only 2 teams still in contention for play-in spots are the Chicago Bulls, who are 29-40 in the Eastern Conference, and then the Sacramento Kings, who are 31-38 in the Western Conference.
Well,
still standing. I'm still strong.
Kings still strong.
Wear that
still
out, aren't you? You're going to wear that button out. That button
only have 3.5 more hours.
That button is faded, like it's like chipped. All the other ones crisp, clean, firm, but that one, boy.
Hey, Damian, you may want me to wear that button out because that means they're still there. They're still there.
Wait, Fridays are always fun. I mean, every day on this show is normally quite a bit of fun. But tomorrow could really be something. I think there's a certain feeling like 3 games is a lot.
That's a lot.
It might get real if the Kings win tonight and the Knicks beat the Spurs. And it's like, okay, Phoenix, we're all Phoenix Suns fans. We need one more win against, you need to take care of business against Memphis again, back-to-back nights. It's Thursday and Friday. And then you've got the game to close out the season on Sunday against the Utah Jazz.
So that's a good question. For you personally, Damian, when does it get real? What's going on? Tonight.
Like if they win tonight, if everything goes the way we need it to, it starts to become like, okay, wow, this might really happen again. It feels far-fetched,
right?
And it'll still feel far-fetched tomorrow, but like a lot less. if it's like 90% far-fetched today, it drops to like 40-50% tomorrow. Like it becomes a lot more real for me if everything goes the way it has to tonight.
I think for me, it would probably be Friday. Now, if I'm reading this correctly, the Spurs and Suns finish on a back-to-back. I can't just pull the schedule up in front of me, but
no, that is right. The Spurs they played last night.
Right.
They play tonight.
Yeah, so
they're off tomorrow. Yeah, they're off tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday they got the Phoenix Suns.
And I think
tough.
I think from what I heard or what I saw on Twitter with Shams or something like that. That Sunday game for San Antonio is like a 1 o'clock game. So they'll probably play like 6 or 7 at night, turn around, play a noon game around.
I've got San Antonio. I've got Phoenix and San Antonio at 2 p.m. Eastern, so 11 a.m. our time. And I think the Saturday games are kind of molded in the same way. Yeah, same time the day before, excuse me.
Oh, they're playing during the day on Saturday.
Yeah, they're playing during the day on Saturday. Okay. And the Kings will play at 6 o'clock on Sunday against
they're gonna put us on ESPN.
Utah, and I don't think that's how it works. Utah and Phoenix could be playing for something on that last day.
Yeah,
because the Phoenix Suns are a game and a half back of Utah right now. Yep. Now we know Donovan Mitchell isn't going to play in that Utah game. They've already announced that Donovan will come back for the first round of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. But Utah and Phoenix could be playing for something in that one. So I don't know what that means for the Kings. By the way, the De'Aaron Fox is out tonight. Harrison Barnes is doubtful, and Marvin Bagley should just have like a permanent spot on the injury report that just says doubtful. And if he plays, it's a surprise to all of us.
Hey, man, I want to see more out there.
What are the rankings again? Doubtful, and then what's it? Probable? Is that what's like below, like more likely to play?
Doubtful is the lowest. Probable is the highest. Questionable is in the middle.
Okay, Marvin Bagley should be questionable all the time.
Okay.
Not doubtful. You put him at questionable all of the time.
And then
except when he's out. He's either
take it. You're already halfway there.
You're either questionable or you're out. That's it. Like we really don't know. We'll all be surprised together if Marvin Bagley plays.
Well, hey, if he can get out there and play, that'd be big. That'd be big because he's playing good. And on Friday, we got some action. I'm not letting myself believe this yet.
No, I'm not you letting the Kings action hinge on Marvin Bagley's availability. Kings got action whether Bagley's available or not.
It's not hinging on it, but I'm telling you, if he gets out there, they got even more action.
I disagree.
What do you mean they don't have more action?
You never know what Marvin's going to do on a night-to-night basis.
It don't get worse. I know that.
Okay, it doesn't get worse. Don't get better either.
I think
it just don't get worse.
No, I think they got more action.
Man, you've got a soft spot. You got a soft spot for Marvin.
They get more.
You got a soft spot for Marvin. Just say it. Hit a little button that goes, I got a soft spot for Marvin.
I like Marvin. I keep it a stack on him at all times. But I like
you
Marvin.
Do? I ain't saying that.
I like Marvin. I do. I want to see him win. More importantly, I want to see the Kings win. And I think they need him or somebody like him to elevate this franchise.
Marvin. Someone like Marvin?
Mm-hmm.
I would love for it. Hey, look, I would love for it to be Marvin. I just
You don't believe
it. He just out of nowhere. He couldn't play yesterday or 2 days ago.
On him.
Right.
I was the one that said that, and I understand that more than anything.
Yep.
I can hope, though.
Yeah, you can hope. Hope for a lot of things. Saw this house in Granite Bay I wanted. I could hope my bank account swells overnight. Probably not going to happen, but I can hope.
Could happen. BetQL might lead you in the right direction.
No better than that. BetQL can lead a lot of people in the right direction. The thing with BetQL is you've got to be willing to lay that wager. And there are a few things I'm confident enough in to go, you know what? Here, take my money and let's see what happens. I might turn over like some money for a shirt I don't like, or maybe a pair of shoes that don't, look as hot on my feet as they looked on the picture. Rarely am I going to hand over some money and go, hey, let's see what happens with this. Like, no, I like to know, because there's no way with the shoes, I could take them back. I'll be like, yeah, these didn't hit. Shirt, it doesn't fit right. I can't go to BetQL or any other sports book and be like, you know what? That's my bad. Can you just send the money back into my bank account?
Sure.
And that's what the Kings would be doing with Marvin Bagley here at this point. Like, you know what? That's my bad. Can we have a mulligan on this year that we're going to, I don't know whether he's going to be a King next year or not. You're talking about second contract. I'm trying to figure out if he's going to even be on the team game 1 next year.
I think you got to roll the dice. And if you're not rolling the dice, yeah, I laid out the scenario. Pascal Siakam, something like that.
Yeah.
Like the young fella might be pretty good. I shouldn't say that. I was going to say I wouldn't want Sadiq Bey. Maybe that's fair because you're getting another first rounder or something like that, high first round pick. But man, that'd be a lot to swallow if you couldn't get kind of like what you used in that pick to draft Marvin Bagley. If you couldn't get that back, that'd be tough.
That's not on its way back.
I just get rid of him. Like, I'd rather just hold on to him.
$11 million. We've been over this. I mean, you've laid out the scenarios in which it's like, yo, this works. But you have to get someone who goes, yeah, okay, cool. Send me Marvin. He ain't gonna be the prize of someone's gonna have to love Bagley. Someone's gonna have to be listening to Jackie McMullen's podcast. Like, man, I love me some Buddy Hield. Give me somebody, or someone's going to really want the basketball acumen of Harrison Barnes and his ability to fit in with a roster to take Marvin Bagley back. But we don't have to have a funeral for the Sacramento Kings yet. Maybe we don't need to have one at all. Who knows? But right now the Kings are still very much alive. They're still very much in this thing as they head into Memphis tonight. Early start against the Grizzlies. Early for us, 5:00 start here. And the San Antonio Spurs, same time. We'll be scoreboard watching all night. The Knicks and the Spurs start about 30 minutes earlier.
They should be around the 4:00 hour.
Yeah, they're 4:30. Yeah, they're 4:30. Kings are 5. So we'll be either dual screening it or keeping that box score updated, hoping for Zach Randolph to go off tonight against San Antonio.
Need that boy Allen Houston have a big night.
Zach Randolph, Zebo, my boy. Still, if for those who are missing the context, yes, we're very clear that Zach Randolph doesn't play for the New York Knicks.
I'm saying you were talking like they were championship caliber. That's how you were talking. That's the energy you.
I mean, they got home court advantage.
They're playing well. Shout out to my good friend Fresh West. He helped change the culture.
Yes.
Thibodeau's doing a great job, and Zach Randolph is playing MVP caliber basketball.
Hold on.
Congratulations to you, Knicks fans.
He doesn't play right now. Julius Randle.
That's whatever his name is.
Whatever.
You said Zach Randolph.
Oh, well, you know what? I was thinking about my boy Zach. Zebo, what's up, Zebo?
We got similar games, big fella.
No, they do got similar.
Even Dwayne Wade, I got to bail this dude out again. God bless it. I wish Candace Parker had been there. She might have just thrown something at him. Might have just chucked a water bottle at him. I'm like, what are you talking about, Shaq? I guess Candace can't be in there anymore. She's got a job she's got to attend to beginning.
Go to work.
Yeah, beginning tomorrow. Those new Sky jerseys. Woo, man. Black. They're like remember the Black Bulls jerseys with the white stripes and then the accented red. Well, the accent is the sky baby blue. Says Chicago across the front. Oh, clean. I'd consider a number 3. Candace Parker jersey with those ones. They did a good job with some of these jerseys. They got the Indiana Stranger Things jerseys that are pretty hot. Like if I was a Stranger Thing fan.
Yeah. I like the blue ones.
Yeah, blue. the sky blue is always super clean.
This one is like a darker blue with some little sky blue accent.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one.
I like those.
San Antonio, obviously they're competing for Sacramento. Memphis is locked into a play-in spot. Just determines they just don't know which one yet. Golden State, they're locked into a play-in spot as well. Los Angeles can get to the 6th spot, but they'd have to win out, and Dallas and Portland would have to lose their final 2 games. Portland right now in sole possession of the longest win streak in the National Basketball Association. Wow. They've won 5 games in a row. Yeah, they're 41-29 right now.
I feel like they're like, and you said they won 5 in a row. I feel they're like they're probably like 11-13. Or excuse me, they won 11 of the last 13 or something like that. They were just on like I think a 6-game winning streak before this 5-game one. So they're playing. They're finishing strong.
I wonder if this coincides with the report that Terry Stotts needed to go on a deep playoff run to maintain his job.
Yeah, I think that's the first thing that came to my mind. I think there's something to do with that as well.
Second longest winning streak in the NBA is the Golden State Warriors, which we just mentioned there a moment ago. Any guesses as to the longest losing streak in the National Basketball Association? Anybody?
I'm trying to think here. It's not. Wait. Don't say it.
Okay.
Is it Cleveland?
No, because Cleveland beat Boston yesterday.
I actually missed that. Come on, man.
Cleveland beat Boston yesterday. Boston's 500, dude. They're 35-35. You talk about what are we going to do this offseason? Boston Celtics got to figure out what they're doing this offseason. But yeah, the longest losing streak in the NBA, it's not going to be a surprise when it's said. It's the Oklahoma City Thunder, followed shortly by the Houston Rockets.
That's crazy. Because the Thunder, obviously, they've lost 21-22 or 22-23, something like that.
Something bad.
It was like 14 or 15 games. They won a game. I thought they'd only lost maybe about 5 in a row. Where they at now?
Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
They're at 8.
They've lost 8 in a row?
Yeah.
Wow.
They've lost 8 in a row. Looking at the King, and of course we're sort of kidding, but sort of not. Like there were reports Terry Stotts damn near needed to win the finals. Maybe needed to sweep. Faux. Maybe that's what he had to do to keep his job.
Yeah.
And if there is any remote validity to that, probably isn't. But even because these teams are going out there, they're trying to win basketball games. You could find, like in Portland, obviously a talented team. You could look at that. Like they've been there before. Like they're playing good ball right now. Golden State, kind of the same thing. They're playing good ball right now. This is a championship caliber. We ain't no damn we believe. We got Steph Curry. We ain't no we believe. So they're a championship team. They've got a good little run going. You can explain Golden State. You can explain Portland. How the hell do you explain what the Sacramento Kings are doing right now?
You can't.
They've won 6 of 7 with no De'Aaron Fox, no Harrison Barnes. Bagley missed the last game. Metu missed time in there. They've been relying. Tyrese is gone. You've been relying on DeLon Wright. You've been relying on Terrence Davis. You've been relying on Mo Harkless and Rashawn Holmes, and you've been relying on Buddy Hield to make the right basketball plays. Again, you can explain Golden State. Right. You can explain Portland, 2 of the hotter teams in the league right now. You can't explain Sacramento.
And people go out and talk about, they played OKC 3 times. Yes, they have. But they played the Mavericks.
Who else played Oklahoma City multiple times? Golden State did. Anybody pointing that out? They beat them on back-to-back games, I think. I don't know if it was back-to-back nights, but beat them in back-to-back games, just like the Kings did. Anybody pointing that out?
No.
Okay.
How that works.
We believe. Jeez.
They played the Lakers. Like I said, they beat Dallas. I mean, they've been playing good basketball regardless of who they're playing, who's out there on the floor. This team is playing some good basketball.
Warriors got wins against the Rockets and Pelicans here over the last couple of weeks as well.
Come on, man.
Nobody talking about that. We only call into question what the Kings are doing. Oh, look at their schedule. Well, that's fine. Maybe that's how we explain it, because nothing else seems to make sense. Championship pedigree for Golden State, fine. Portland talented enough, fine. There's no explanation to what the Kings have been able to do, no matter how bad the teams they've been playing are.
Well,
and the Mavericks are a playoff team, and the Lakers are a playing team. But go ahead.
Well, Benjamin has an answer in the chat in all caps, ! Luke Walton, ! Is the reason why the Kings are playing well. Damian, your thoughts?
6 exclamation points results in a ban. You're lucky
Benjamin,
if he had gone
Benjamin,
over.
I'm not even calling for it, Benjamin. They're about to put you in timeout.
He would have gotten a 5-minute timeout as begun being instituted yesterday. I'm not going to say he's not part of it. Of course he's part of it. Of course he's part of the reason. Luke Walton is always part of the reason the Kings win. Luke Walton is always part of the reason the Kings lose. Trying to look at this from a more rational perspective and not be a hothead, he's a factor in everything that the Kings do. Good or bad. The Kings aren't going to play well. Oh, Alvin Gentry. Woo! Rex Kalamian really got him going. However, if we have been screaming about how well the Sacramento Kings have been playing defense, don't they have a defensive coordinator?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so everybody deserves credit when you play well. It's more fun for talk shows and for fans and for media to point the blame at one specific person, because you can run with a 4-hour radio show as to why it's Luke Walton's fault, or why it's Buddy Hield's fault, or why De'Aaron Fox needs to do this, or Tyrese Halliburton needs to do that. But the fact is, they all play a part in this. Now, I wouldn't drop an all caps Luke Walton with 6 exclamation points and say that he is the reason that the Kings are where they are. But I think after they had won a couple of games, didn't I come on this radio show and hand him? I don't think I gave him roses, but I gave him a rose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so he absolutely deserves credit. I also said, as this string of good basketball got underway, no matter what happens tonight, tomorrow, or Sunday, I believe that doesn't influence my opinion on Luke Walton. I know some people say, hey, what was it? Continuity. We need continuity.
Continuity. All
right, cool. You're going to ride this out with Luke one more year. James Ham's words are stuck in my head about, I don't know if Monty has a guy. We keep talking about, a guy. I don't think you fire Luke Walton to just go into a massive hiring process. If he being Monty McNair, if he has his eyes on someone already, and you have those back channel communications, which happen daily, okay. If not, maybe you're right. Continuity it is. Ride it out.
Yeah, man.
I'm not of your mindset, though. Let him start the season. I'm of the ride it out or don't. He's my coach next year, and I'm riding that. Not he's going to be my coach to start the season next year.
I mean,
I don't agree with that.
The way I look at it, if I'm bringing him back, and with this team that they have, I don't think it'll get to a point where they're a 3-12 and he needs to be fired. I don't think that'll be the case. So that's always an option if it gets to that, but I don't think you'll need to use that option. I think if you bring him back next year, you're bringing him back to coach the whole season and get to the playoffs. Give him one more good look.
All right, because you framed it kind of differently last week. I don't like that.
It's an option.
I think it's a bad option. I think it's a bad option only because you use the example of Nate McMillan. I don't think there are a lot of situations out there like that. Nate McMillan was and I know Alvin Gentry was recently a head coach. Nate McMillan was, wow, this is going to sound like a shot. It's not meant to be a shot. You know what I mean? Nate McMillan was a good head coach last year. Nate McMillan was a playoff coach it was last year. He was fired last year.
Yep.
I think it was early last year, but he was fired last year. And Alvin, I don't know. Like Alvin Gentry, I just feel like there are some things that haven't come together for him as a head coach, and I don't know why.
And I
can't explain that.
I do understand. What I'm saying is, it is an option. You got options.
Can we at least acknowledge there are good options and bad options?
I don't think it's a bad option. No, that's my thing.
All right, I do.
So.
I think that's a bad option.
Well,
What type of process? What type of process are you going to go through next year? Like, you're just going to hire an interim coach if you just let them start the year, and like if you start the year, the team's 3-1 this year. They lost the next 9 of 11. Are you firing him in that 9 of 11 stretch?
He could be fired. He could be fired. Probably would be fired.
Okay. You're just being cantankerous today. Let's get in. Let's get in Big Al here. 916-349-1320. What's up, Big Al?
I never thought I'd say it, but, I think the way the Kings played, or the way Walton, whatever he did, he deserves another opportunity. I do agree with you. I never did understand why you would cut a coach loose, especially like in first, third, or half of the season. Give him the full season, then do it. Just from a pure monetary standard, too, because it's not going to do much if you're really playing that bad. So give him another season, get the kind of material, the players that are going to need to be helped. And then you get to the place where you saw that great ceremony last night and raise a banner in Sacramento.
One of these days, Big Al. Lakers talk, but one of these days.
Maybe. Just remember, it was a high class there, and we had King LeBron, speaking, and lovely Jeannie. Yeah, I know. You're hoping.
Settle down. Settle down,
Big Al had to fit.
Yeah,
he had to fit. He had to fit something about his Lakers in there, which is fine. Get your Lakers note in there. How many people were at the Staples Center last night? I guess their idea is they're going to win another one, so they're going to have a ceremony at the beginning of next year. I kind of felt like, man, why don't you just hold it like really, really hold it off? But again,
if the National,
right, exactly. If the idea, but of course, the Lakers believe they're gonna go out there and repeat as they should. When you have LeBron James and Anthony Davis on your team, you should absolutely believe that. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings. We did mention who's available and who's not. We'll repeat that for you. We'll talk more about the Lakers to play. We'll get back to the Brooklyn Nets. We'll look at the NBA, and we've got to get into the NFL schedule. NFL schedule was released. We got to talk about the San Francisco 49ers, Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, what's happening here. Of course, Deuce and Mo are coming up at 147. We've got a lot ahead here as D'Lo and Casey roll along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, my gosh. Let me get a Claritin real quick. Dying.
4,000. I guess it's just here. What did John say? 3,000. I think or what was the number at the Kings game? 35. Okay. Yeah, I can't lie. I'm glad Kenny ran off. Kenny been yawning so damn much. I was about to call timeout on the whole show. Say, hey man, you good? I think the allergies are kicking his ass. Let's see. Oh, y'all love you some Big Al, man. That makes me happy. Okay, wait a minute, Cody. What's going on here? Y'all are wild. Big Al is a one-man bit. Oh, this is so good.
Hey, y'all getting on Big Al's Laker hour.
Big Al. Wait, what? Cody, what's this?
Not sure what Cody's talking about tonight.
You all right, man? You having a rough one today. You ain't never sneezed that many times.
About for whatever reason, I don't know what's going on with allergies today. Turn this fan off.
Somebody hear it. What on earth? I'm trying to find the origins of what Cody's talking about.
I don't know. People were agreeing with Cody too. Like,
I see Cody and Lazy. Oh man, this one's been going on for a while. I ain't gonna be able to catch up with it.
Oh jeez.
Oh man.
Yeah, Ritz, that hammy. I broke down and got a gun today.
And he's blown it. Okay. Which one did you get?
Some random one. I rolled the dice and got a cheaper one off Amazon.
Oh, okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But you know me, I like, hey, I don't know much about it, but if it's 150, that's probably the one I need to get. That's what I'll be thinking. But I was like, let me
it could probably work just as effectively. Yeah, I won't worry about that. As long as it's strong, that's all you need it to be, is powerful.
What is it called? Let's see.
Roddy, we gotta let's leave her out of it. Other dude is open game, but leave her out of it, please.
Yeah. I agree.
I am dying to figure out Cody, what the hell did you start? They still talk. Even Poker Pro's like, hey, when Poker Pro Eric is like, hey, something is going south.
You've gone too far. Then you've gone too far.
I see you, Roddy. I see you.
Yeah, I have I have no idea what this brand is. He-Dot. Them Amazon brands, boy. They just be they be anything. But it's got 10 different little heads on here.
Okay, there you go.
I just need it for this hamstring because it's in a tough spot. I can't massage it. Put my little Tiger Balm on there. That ain't working. I need to get back. Damian. Especially with that Hoop It Up coming back. Did you see that?
No way.
Yeah. I got people talking to me about that too, by the way.
Wow. Deuce and Mo coming up 1 hour from right now. Marshall Harris coming up 24 hours from now. Marshall's already excited about his visit tomorrow.
I'm excited for his visit tomorrow.
And that means it's bad news for me. He's just gonna unleash for a solid 22 minutes because he can only unleash so much on television. Because he's the anchor and he's got he's got the suit. He's got to be the anchor. Got to be news. I mean, he'll go at me. But now he's got like 27 straight minutes to go at me. So when he's already texting, I can't wait to see y'all tomorrow. That normally means it's bad news for one of us. And for some reason, his ire has been directed more towards me than you lately.
Yeah, but I said the Memphis Grizzlies need to throw the games this weekend, and he didn't like that.
Well,
which they do,
but
serving interest.
But you laid out why if you're 8, like what the benefits to being 8 versus 9, and having essentially 2 opportunities, even though the 2 opportunities would be against the Los Angeles Lakers.
And that's why I laid out the benefits to being 9.
Which is you get in there, you beat the lowly Sacramento Kings.
Easy work.
Easy. I mean, look, you throw guys off the rim, they don't even do nothing. They don't even do nothing about it. And then you face either the winner, either the Lakers or the Warriors. You face the winner of that.
Yeah, that's a dare I say that's an easier path.
I'm with that. Easier path. Memphis, lay down tonight. Lay down like Kevin Nash, the finger poke of doom. just fall over and see if the Kings can get the dub. And we're going to need another one tomorrow. And oh, by the way, on top of all of this, which I guess you asked when does it get real for this playing thing? When does it get real for the Kings? If they were in control of their own destiny, it would be real right now. With 3 games to go, like you got through the Oklahoma City stuff, which felt like, man, you could fall over those. You got to beat Memphis twice. You got to beat Utah on the last day of the season. That game could mean everything for Utah. It could wind up meaning absolutely nothing for Utah. But unfortunately, like, they're not. Like, we've got to watch tonight's game with, our phones open or our iPads open or, League Pass pulled up on our computer or whatever to keep an eye on what the Knicks and Spurs are doing. So that takes a little bit of the realness out of it for me, because right now I love what the Kings are doing, but is San Antonio really going to lose the rest of their games?
Oh man,
they just got to win one. They scored 190 on Milwaukee the other night.
If I was a Spurs fan, though, I would be thinking this last one is going to be the hardest one to win. This last one that's going to be the toughest one to get. As it speaks right now, they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of their last 9 games.
Jeez.
They would have to end the season losing 10 of 12.
You have the games.
Playoffs.
You have the games in front of you.
Yeah.
It was the Kings and who else? Oh, is it the Bucks? The Kings and the Bucks.
Yeah.
Jeez. Goodness gracious.
What a collapse that would be, where you lose 10 of your final 12 to miss the playoffs or to play in by one game. What a collapse.
De'Aaron Fox is out tonight. I wish we had a little bit more clarity on what exactly health and safety protocols are. We had James Ham on the other week or the other day, and Howard Beck also. Both of them spoke about the difficulties in kind of navigating health and safety protocols, and when you test positive and you're symptomatic versus asymptomatic, all of the different things that you had to do. I think it was Howard. I'm so sorry. I can't remember if it was Howard who was James talking about the different strain. He has because now there are strands of COVID. He had the Brazilian strain.
Howard. Yeah.
And so he was talking about how it caused him to test positive over and over again. So I don't understand. I just don't understand health and safety protocols. They said 10 to 14 days, and now we've got to be around 21, 20, 21.
Close to 21.
De'Aaron's gonna wind up missing 3 weeks of the season.
And at that point, who knows what's going on right now as far as practice and being able to be in the gym and stuff like that. But it just feels like he hasn't been able to do anything with the team in 3 weeks. So how does he get approved tomorrow and say, oh yeah, hop in there and play like that? That seems like a lot. So I say all that to say, I don't know if we see De'Aaron Fox for the rest of the season, even in the best case scenario with them making this play-in situation.
My guess is the next loss, well, it wouldn't, hypothetically, obviously this is, not the ideal situation, not what we're hoping for, but hypothetically, if the Kings lose tonight or the Spurs win tonight, I think we'll probably have an announcement shortly thereafter that De'Aaron Fox is out for the remainder of the season. We may hear the same thing regarding Harrison Barnes also. Harrison, I'm far more I don't even know that it's worth bringing Harrison back, given that he's coming back from an injury. And the last thing you want to do is, aggravate it, especially in a situation. Now, if we're talking Harrison back for a playing game, if we get that far into this thing, okay, that's fine. That's different. But, with so much, or I would even say it's different if the Kings were in full control of what they were doing. If we weren't reliant on, if the San Antonio game had gone a different way, if we weren't relying on the Spurs losing a game and it was strictly on the Kings winning, I'd hope Harrison Barnes would be in a different position as well. But this has got to be tough for the Kings as a whole, thinking we've been playing pretty well without these guys. Obviously, we'd love to have them there, but you kind of got to play out the worst case scenario in your head. Do we really want to risk, Harrison? Because this is the second. I know. Was it his? I don't know if it was his groin or his hip. I feel like he's had this issue.
It was
a couple of times this year.
I think it was it a hamstring
for Harrison?
Yeah, I could be wrong. I thought it might have been a hammy.
Okay,
but I could be wrong.
All right.
But you talk about real quick talking about De'Aaron Fox. Zach LaVine had COVID and was out for more than the 10 to 14 days. I think he might have been around 3 weeks as well. So, these things, you never know how each person is going to react and how it's going to affect them and what variant they have now. I guess that's an issue now too.
Well, think about Tatum.
Yeah.
Tatum said we mentioned that the Cavs beat the Celtics last night. Celtics, I thought it was Philly, Brooklyn, Milwaukee, and Boston.
Yeah.
I thought those were the top 4 teams in the Eastern Conference, in the top 4 most likely title contenders. Boston's never been able to get it together, but Jason Tatum, he had a bad bout of COVID too that he still deals with today. He talked about using an inhaler and all of those different types of things. Those, it goes back to what we, kind of laid out in the difficulties of last season and how they're so much different than the difficulties of this season. And I think you're seeing that in, conversations about Zach LaVine, Jason Tatum. Now, unfortunately, De'Aaron Fox is in that bunch as well. Hassan Whiteside, he just built a house on health and safety protocols block. Like he built it at the beginning of the season. He's added stories to it. He's like James Ham out there adding 1,700 square feet to his house on health and safety protocols. Man, he seems to have a permanent residence there. So it's going to be a hell of a footnote in history, man, these last 2 seasons and, everything that goes into them. Because really it feels like it's just survival here at this point for these teams. You look at San Antonio, if San Antonio, regardless of what happens the next couple of days, if they just win the one, they're face planning into a play-in scenario. You just laid out the amount of games that they've lost over the last couple of weeks. They are face planting. This is the San Antonio Spurs just falling into a play-in situation. You've got, the Warriors getting hot, who their entire success is predicated on nothing happening to Steph Curry.
Right.
Could you imagine Steph completely healthy, right? Body in great shape. But he falls into the health and safety protocols. It's over. We had the number. We were talking about MVP. Were they like 1-9 in games Steph Curry has missed?
Oh.
Man. It's just and that's the thing. We talk about like Super Bowls versus, NBA finals. We, try to like discuss championships. Which one's the most difficult? There's luck involved in all of them. And this season in the NBA, perhaps more than any other, a lot of luck is going to fall into this one because you're going to have guys not only avoid injury, which you have to do on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah.
But you've got to avoid this virus falling into health and safety protocols. And even if you are, De'Aaron Fox, the worst of it, Zach LaVine, the worst of it, Jason Tatum, the worst of it. You've had guys who have gotten it and have been like, if I hadn't test positive, I wouldn't have known.
Right.
It's just been so many different things that the league has had to deal with throughout this year. And luck is a big part of who's going to win the NBA finals.
And I was listening to something, and they brought up a scenario, not talking about anybody in particular, but the scenario of if somebody catches it in the playoffs.
Oh,
you don't want anybody to catch it, but say Joel Embiid catches it in the playoffs.
I know what you do. You ignore it. Like you just ignore it. And ain't nothing to see here. Hey, if he's asymptomatic, ain't nothing to see here.
I don't know. I don't know if I asked the question on air or in private, but it was around when we first started the show. And I said, what if LeBron tested positive? What would Adam Silver do?
Stop the season.
And but look,
I remember that.
I said, I'm not trying to, slander anybody or anything. I don't think we'd ever know. And I don't think it would be public. I don't think they would stop the Lakers from playing. I don't think they would stop LeBron from playing.
Yeah, it would just depend. It would just depend. Like, because you can't, if he's sick, you can't hide it.
Right.
And unless, you have the new term. And I think that this might have been Joel the other night. This was somebody. You have the new saying now, non-COVID related illness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, LeBron. Oh no, LeBron's sick as hell. He looks like hell. This is the flu game. Ain't gonna be no COVID game in the NBA Finals. This is the flu game. That's what it is. LeBron's having his own flu game. He's trying to think real quick. He's the only one. I don't think there's another guy out there. I don't think there's another player out there where it like stops the league. Because I know the question you just posed, that was a legitimate question heading into the bubble. What happens if LeBron gets it?
Yeah.
And you said we never know. They'd keep it a secret. I was like, they just stopped the whole season. Be like, wait a minute, time out.
Either or.
I think that's the case. We need 10 to 14 days, and then we'll get this figured out. 10 to 14 days. Talk amongst yourself. Enjoy the rides at Disneyland. We'll be back. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you for being with us. Deuce Mo joining us coming up here in about 45 minutes. You want to be a part of the show. Chat's a great way to do it on Twitch and YouTube, and so is the phone lines, as I just stumbled through that line. 916-349-1320. You can also get us on social media at D-Lo and Casey and at ESPN 1320. Those handles are good for both Twitter and Instagram. I kind of get surprised when I see guys test positive like now. Mm-hmm. Like when the tweets come out from Sham or Woj or whoever has it first, and out of 400 some odd tests, 4 tested positive, 2 tested positive. And I get everybody has their own feelings, and I get like a lot of this it's not mandated, at least not by the NBA. The NFL will be a different discussion, and we'll get to the schedule release in the San Francisco 49ers here in just a heartbeat. But why aren't these guys vaccinated yet? Like, does that help? Like, would it help? Like, if everybody, because the NBA has to look at the last few weeks, and I know I doubt the NBA is particularly concerned about De'Aaron Fox, right, in terms of where he is in the league and the Sacramento Kings and different things like that. But the fact that you have guys kind of here, there, like just around the league who are missing time because of health and safety protocols, that's got to be at least. It was a huge concern for them last year. It's got to be somewhat of a concern this year.
It should be, yeah. Given
the fact that there's travel, given the fact that you are going to be going from city to city, given the fact that you are interacting with a whole lot more people than you were last postseason.
Absolutely. It definitely should be. So I think it really becomes a situation where, what would that be, like a labor rights type of deal where you can't make them get it. You can tell them where to go get it. Maybe you can bring somebody in there, and they've done that plenty of times. But there's some guys that don't want it. They probably don't have to. They definitely don't have to get it.
Time should be absolutely 100%. And time should be I hope that they would, particularly in the off season. But time could also be a factor in that, you hear so much about you have to time it, right? Because it's not just like you get one and then whenever you get a chance, you get the second one. It's supposed to be done within a certain time frame. And they warn you when you get the second one, hey, there could be some strong reactions to this.
Right.
Also, in the most simplest way of putting this, it hurts like hell when your arm hurts. Mm. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to speak for anybody. I'll speak only from my experiences.
Right.
First shot I got, I didn't have a single issue other than just the frustrating pain in my arm. Like it really hurt. Like it was like that old episode of The Simpsons where Lisa just kept poking Bart's arm. Is like, ow, quit it. Ow, quit it. That was I just damn, this is weird. Try to work out. It ain't happening. No other symptoms other than the arm being sore. Yeah. That's annoying for me. That's a problem for them.
Yeah.
And then they warn you when you go get the second one. Oh, you might have a sore arm, but you might also experience these symptoms. Jesse and I got our second one the same day. Jesse didn't experience a single thing. Mm-hmm. I was coasting for 26 hours. Mm-hmm. After my workout Sunday morning at noon, it was like, yo, something's wrong. Yep. Don't feel right. Got in the shower, got out. I was done for about 6.5, 7 hours. I was done. Then 7 o'clock, couple Advil or something later, kicked out of it, hulked up. I was good to go. Did TV that night with Sarah Hodges. No problem. But again, it's no big deal for me.
Right.
It's annoying for me. It's a nuisance for me. For them, it's a far bigger, it's like, okay, I can get it done today, but what am I doing 30 days from now?
Yeah.
I can get it done, tomorrow, but what am I doing 30 days from then? So it's obviously a lot easier to call into question why it hasn't been done when we aren't the ones who have to plan it.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to imagine, given the fact that there have been a number of positives in the NBA over the last couple of weeks, Adam Silver, as I just combined the last two commissioners there, Adam Silver has got to be a bit concerned about it.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, do you feel like at this point it's too late to do something about it? Like as far as maybe getting the whole league vaccinated. I mean, but
yeah.
It's a lot of people have already done it.
Sure.
And I don't know how many.
A lot of them have. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I remember specifically there was the picture circulating or the little video clip of SGA getting the shot and Lou Dort was holding his hand because SGA is afraid of needles.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know it's been around the league. So.
Yeah, a lot of guys have done it. I remember there were 13 members of this team. I think the Lakers were one. 13 members of that team. They went and did it. I don't like needles either, but I didn't have Kenny there to hold my hand. I just looked away. I don't like needles. I don't like that pinching feeling. Like I don't like any of that. So I purposely I just don't make eye contact. I just look. The doctor asked her questions. Like, yep, good, yep, good, yep, and then I just look down the aisles of Walgreens or wherever the hell I was, just like looking up in the air. It's like I don't want to watch that portion. I remember, real quick, I remember going to a dentist and, you lay back in the chair. She was like, I've got to put some, I'll never forget this. It was a deep cleaning thing, right?
Yeah.
And she was like, I'm going to put, the Novocaine in and I just at the last second opened my eyes and all I saw was this long needle and I grabbed her wrist and was like, yo, what is that? She was like, Damian, this is what puts the Novocaine in your mouth. You need to close your eyes. Like I knew her a little bit, but I grabbed her wrist like I was in a murder scene from Scream 5 or something. I don't, because that's my reaction when I see that needle coming towards me. Like, that ain't it for me. Ain't gonna be me.
Yeah, no, I'm not a needles guy. Bryce was in here saying I have tattoos, so needles don't scare me.
I don't.
I have tattoos as well. Needles still scare me.
I don't have I don't have a tattoo.
That's a completely different type of thing when you talk about tattoos and needles, and that's why it's different. I remember that was the issue with Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather won, and it was kind of crazy. It was like Floyd wanted blood testing.
Yeah,
and Manny was like, I don't like needles, but he had tattoos, and I understand.
That's understandable. I mean, it's understandable.
I think there was another reason why he didn't want to take it, but that's a whole nother discussion.
Understandable. Understandable. I don't want to take a blood test because I don't want you to see what's in there, fam. Same reason the NFL don't do blood tests. Oh, it's too invasive. Yep, that's it. Can't play in the NFL if 90% of the roster is suspended. How you talk about if LeBron James tested positive for COVID, we wouldn't know.
Yeah.
There's a reason we don't know how many players have tested positive for PEDs in the NFL.
Yeah. Remember, didn't they
suspend everybody?
Didn't they do something with the NBA? Did they do blood testing maybe a little less than 10 years ago? And the players came back and they were like, look how skinny Carmelo is. Look how skinny LeBron is or whatever.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah. It was like, I want to say, I don't know if they agreed to blood testing or not, but it was a big deal. It was like, oh yeah, you see these guys now, they're looking a little slim down. I want to say it was a year that LeBron took his 2-week vacation and went to the national championship game.
How long does it take to get steroids out of your system? Send. That's always going to be a rumor surrounding him. I mean, there was a guy. Well, that's a whole other topic of discussion. Alonzo Mourning was heavy on the gas, though. Alonzo Mourning got what was it? Cancer.
Yeah,
I think Alonzo got cancer and got swole. It's like, oh, that's how you get big, huh? Like he went from like a little skinny center to go ahead, cross me, fam, because I'm main eventing WrestleMania as soon as the season is over. Believe that. Believe that. I'm anxious to get into conversations about the NFL schedule and your San Francisco 49ers. You've been excited about the 49ers since the day of the draft. So we'll dive into that and talk about Trey Young, talk about,
Trey Lance, him too.
We talk about both of them. We talk about Trey. I mean, Trey Young's got a hell of NFL future ahead of him. Like, I don't know what position he's going to play, but
he might be quarterback. He might be like a little Kyler Murray.
I could see it. Just run like hell. That's the idea. Just run like hell. So we'll dig into that and talk about some of the different. We overanalyze schedules too much. We do it in the NBA. We do it way worse in the NFL because the season is so much shorter.
And I can't wait to I was going to say overhype this schedule release.
Predictions, win-loss totals. What's so funny about win-loss totals, what's so funny about the whole process of the NFL schedule is we already knew who they were playing.
Yeah.
We knew all 17 weeks, 17 games.
Mm-hmm.
We knew all of them. But it's like the order. Well, the order that changes everything.
Changes everything, Damien.
How many early games do we have? How many late games do we have? How many primetime games do we have? How many teams above 500 do we have in a row? And remember, this is all based off last year. But this is what we do. We overreact.
Let's go.
And now it's our turn to overreact. It's our turn to overreact to the NFL schedule and what that means for the San Francisco 49ers. So we'll do that next. You can connect with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Let us know what you think at 916-349-1320. D'Lo and KC back with more here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm good with this, though. I like this. I like that. I like him coming back and going against the Bucks. I'm with it.
That's going to be a nice little opening.
That's
game.
Not bad.
Yeah,
that's not bad. I mean, and that'll get 28, 30 million eyeballs on it.
Absolutely.
Oh man, talk about the Raiders.
For what?
Why? What do you do that for?
Why don't you just ask me to talk about the football team? I mean, what?
You want us to? Yeah.
So
I mentioned, with all that said, we'll talk about the Raiders Stadium later on.
Oh boy, it's gonna be lit, literally.
All due respect to my man, was that Chad? Chad, I don't even know that I've looked at the Raiders' schedule yet.
I haven't. I know the Bears are going to Vegas.
Okay.
Because I was trying to look at all the teams, like that's going to be the move for fan bases, especially like anywhere in the country, really. But the East Coast fan base, we playing in Vegas this year? Oh yeah, Bob, let's go. We're going to Vegas. So I mentioned
D'Lo and KC might be going to Vegas, just throwing that out there.
Might be going to Vegas.
No, it's seriously this time, not like in the way Kenny talks. We might be going to Vegas.
I mentioned that Hoop It Up is back.
Yeah.
It's in adult league form. They want to do some stuff with us, man.
D'Lo and KC?
Yeah, we gotta figure out how that works. It's feasible, but
as long as it don't involve D'Lo getting on a basketball court, we'd be good.
And I'm out. I would have played, but I'm out for the first season, man. So they're doing it in a season form.
What you on injured reserve?
Yeah, this hamstring is it's saying sit down. Sit down. I mean, it's not even you can play through it type thing. It's like if you go, if I got 5 gears and I go to second, I'm like, get your ass back down here. Fourth gear. With you.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Tough. You got a foam roller? I know you got the gun. Do you got a foam roller?
Yeah.
You got to use that joint.
So I'm using it. I'm going to keep using it. But where it's at, like I said, you guys remember, I thought it was behind my knee and on the tendon. Like it's in this spot that it doesn't roll as easy as like just in the middle of your hamstring. And that's just can't get to it. That's what made me get the gun.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I got to find some way to get to this thing.
There you go.
Oh
man. Hall of Fame is Saturday.
Jesus.
There you go.
What this means.
There you go. Bringing sexy back.
Uh-oh. Marshall, if you're, well, he's probably listening on the radio. He don't listen to the stream. I wonder if Marshall can play.
Huh. Have a draft. Probably draft Mo first. Get a shooter. I mean, it should be Casey, Marshall, and Mo. Not y'all don't need me out there.
Well, you never have just 3 people.
I need give me 45 minutes to warm up. Maybe. Maybe.
You're like KG.
Right.
Jesse, you play?
Nine 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation, if you want to overreact to the NFL schedule, because that's what we do. All of a sudden, odds change. Strength of schedule, miles traveled, number of primetime games, number of early games, number of cross-country games. Oh, it all factors into how many games a team will win. So the schedules are out there. They were released at various points yesterday. And as we noted, the 49ers will open up their season against the Detroit Lions. They'll actually open up for the first 2 weeks on the road with the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles. They'll open up at home on Sunday Night Football against the Green Bay Packers before their first divisional game against the Seattle Seahawks in week number 4. That's what the first quarter of the San Francisco 49ers schedule looks like.
Hey, man. Detroit, when they talk about biting kneecaps off and all that other stuff, try and bite our kneecaps off. Try it, damn it.
That's the Jared Goff-led Detroit Lions, which, okay.
Hey, look, I will say this. I would much rather play a team that's supposed to be that bad in week 4 or 5. Week 1, they still think they can do something out here. They're going to be feeling good. They're going to be flying around and all this other stuff. So that worries me a little bit. You got your new coach. He's going to have these guys thinking they can run through Ross. Jim Tom Sula won his first game. You know what I mean? So anybody can win their first game if that's the case. But I'm going to say it right now. You want a hardline sense? You want an overreaction? I'll give it to you.
Oh, good.
Niners have to win this game. They got to win week
Jesus
1.
Christ, Jackson.
They got to win week 1, man. Come on now.
Kenny.
You're playing the Detroit Lions, man. This is a team that's probably going to be a top 5 worst team in the game, man. Come on now. Come on, man.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
They got to win.
Okay.
What you want me to say? You want me to say to be okay if they lose week 1 to Detroit?
No, because you believe they have to win every game. And I understand that. But we're really going with they got to win this. Like, was the whole season go to hell if they lose week 1? It was
a hell of a bad start. I know that.
You didn't learn anything from last year, did you?
Look, I'll tell you like this. A couple years ago, they played week 1 against Minnesota. They lost that game. They did not. Okay, you lost. Minnesota, it's a tough team, playoff bound team, big game. Didn't get the win. Season is still good. There are going to be so many questions. Say Jimmy starts week 1 and they lose to the Detroit Lions. What we talking about on Monday morning?
Trey Lance.
Come on now.
Trey Lance.
Jimmy better win that week 1 game. I'll tell you that.
Looking at this. Ooh. Man. Wow. It could be Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, and then Jordan Love.
I'll take it. It.
Could be. Not saying it will be. I'm just saying it could be. Philadelphia apparently has very quietly emerged as I don't want to say front runner because I don't know if that's the case, but they've emerged as a strong candidate for the not often mentioned anymore Deshaun Watson.
I thought Deshaun Watson. I was thinking of Deshaun Jackson. I was about to say, I think he went to a team already. Deshaun Jackson went to L.A.
Deshaun Jackson going anywhere doesn't really matter, with all due respect to the once, speedy wide receiver. Still very speedy. Yeah. But no, Deshaun Watson, the quarterback.
That's interesting. Yeah, there's been some news in that whole little situation in the last 48 hours or so. So
news that you will not find here on D-Lo and KC. You're home for everything except for that. It's our new slogan. ESPN 1320. You're home for everything except for that. So I wonder if that's why, though.
It would be crazy, though.
I wonder if that's why, because of what you just said, the news that has been, circulating on that front, if that's why it kind of feels like some steam has picked up regarding a potential Deshaun Watson deal or something along those lines. That and a lot of his original suitors, I think, are gone.
Yeah.
They drafted quarterbacks or they went in a different direction.
That would be, once again, not trying to get into a whole lot of stuff, but if Philadelphia was able to out of nowhere get Deshaun Watson, that would be crazy if I was an Eagles fan. Crazy.
Yep.
Deshaun Watson fall into your lap like that.
But as it stands, it's not Deshaun Watson. It's Jalen.
Nope, it's Jalen.
Jared, Jalen, and Jordan. Man.
Remember J5? What was it? 3J? JT3? What was it? The Jackson
What, you just named like 7 things. What are you talking about?
The Jackson boys, the sons, not the real Jacksons, their sons. 3J, 3TJ.
It was 3T.
Was it 3T?
Boy, that Claritin. Are you sure it was just Claritin that you took during the break?
Who the hell? Well, I guess you remember it. I was saying, who remembers 3T?
Well, what'd you bring it up for then? You were talking about 3 Jacksons.
J and J, and it reminded me of 3T. I was going to say 3J.
First of all, that's cheesy. I didn't say 3. I didn't see 3 J's. I said it's Jared, Jalen, and Jordan. That's all I said.
And I was going to say 3 J's. And I was like, hey, what was the name of that group? Was it 3J, 3TJ, whatever? 3T.
And then you got mad at who knows 3T? You got mad that I knew. Man, never thought I'd call on Disco Tim to save the conversation, but yet here we are. Disco Tim, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? You guys are my main jam here in the middle of the day. And I just wanted to say, I want to get myself ready. Okay. I am very excited right now as a King fan. Right now, as we stand, there is a chance, and I'm feeling it right now. I'm very excited. I think it's time that God looks our way and throws us the miracles I've been praying for. I want to just really thank, Bonnie McNair threw together some guys that have really put a lot of excitement towards the end of the year. And this year will not go down in vain. This was a weird year, man, and you helped our hand through a lot of it because we didn't know what was going on. I want to thank you guys. I don't want to get too weird about it, but this is a really cool time. And if I could just ask Kenny to sign it off some air horns for the end of the bench, who have brought us very exciting into a season. Thank you, and Godspeed to the King.
I got you, Disco Tim. Let's go. Let's go.
I love Disco Tim said, I don't want to get weird about a minute and a half after it got really weird. Oh, man.
There has been something that I think about here. Disco Tim brings up a kind of a good point. Says, the light's shining down on us. And had a little Ultimate Warrior in that call, but it's okay. The light is shining down on us.
I like it.
There was, I forgot. Oh, man. Look, I swear to you guys, I don't listen to this guy every day, but he ends up sometimes makes good points. Okay. I don't listen to Bill Simmons, right? And he talked about this was a long time ago, though. He talked about the Red Sox, and he's like, sometimes when you have something as crazy as an 86-year-old championship drought or whatever, it's not going to just come, just like, oh, we're good and we won.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's got to be something really weird, really crazy, where it looks at its complete most hopelessness. And they had the Game 7 loss, the Pedro game the year before. You lose on Aaron Boone, home run in extra innings. And then you get down 3-0. And it's like, here we go again. We just stink. And somehow they parlayed that into becoming the first and only team, I think, to come back from down 0-3 and win the championship.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings lost by 7,000 points to the Utah Jazz. And it's like, this is just garbage. Here we go.
We
15.
counted them too. It was 7,000.
Yeah. Year 15. I don't know. Maybe this is the crazy situation.
This is but
check off all the boxes.
Okay. Phone's not blowing up from Marshall Harris right now, which is convenient. But I'll play the role of Marshall Harris. It's a playing game. It's not the playoffs.
This is true, but I was saying that as it would parlay them into the playoffs, like they would win the play-in.
I see.
That's where I was coming.
So the 3-0 comeback we'd be in the midst of it.
Yes,
we'd be in the midst of it right now.
3-2 right now
because we've had enough walk-offs against us. We've had enough. We've had enough Bill Buckner moments now where we can go in the other direction.
Let me. I want to clarify something as well. If the Kings got into the play-in situation, we are not counting that as breaking the drought. 100% correct.
Oh, that was a question?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Oh,
just make sure we're on the same page.
Correct. Well, God dang it. No, I guess not.
Well, as you
no, I guess not.
As you kind of ponder it, would like Elias in the NBA records consider that breaking the streak?
I don't know. I don't know. Here's my question. One, the Knicks made the playoffs.
Yes.
So there's no barometer for it. Like the Suns made the playoffs. There's no measurement there with two of the three longest streaks in the NBA coming to an end. Does it matter? Like what if the play-in tournament is modified again next year? Or what if the play-in tournament doesn't come back? Does that change it? And then on the other side, if the play-in tournament does come back, and let's just say it comes back in this State Farm play-in tournament, we were talking about that yesterday. They got a sponsor. This thing ain't going nowhere. No matter who LeBron James wants fired, no matter how much Luka Doncic doesn't like it, no matter how much Mark Cuban doesn't like it, you got money coming in because of this play-in tournament. It ain't going anywhere. Maybe it comes in a different form. I don't agree with it, though. I'd say this again. 82 games, I don't agree with it. It feels like overkill. You don't need it.
Understand.
But if it's around next year and it's like this moving forward, are we sure it's not the playoffs?
We're not sure. I'm even going to twist this up a little bit more. I feel like, and I could be wrong, I feel like a lot of times when they have this little graphic up and stuff like that, doesn't it say postseason?
Yep. It doesn't say play. It says postseason drought.
Now,
this would be play-ins would be postseason because the season would be over, which post would mean afterwards. Post game 49er show. It doesn't come on before the game. Comes on after the game. Post season. Woo, boy. So the
the drought could be over.
Well, the postseason drought ends, but the playoff drought doesn't. Do we have to create separate categories now for the postseason and the playoffs?
That's what it sounds like.
I think we're on to something here. If the play-in is a thing moving forward, then the drought ends. It's the postseason drought and it ends. That's a good call. Postseason. This is postseason.
Yeah, I want so bad not to. I just want to. They need to get into a series for me to consider it something.
Regardless,
yeah, postseason drought. Yeah,
it would feel amazing though.
Like
just to get into
on Sunday, and they if this thing got completed,
and it mattered. Yeah,
if this thing got completed here, I mean, it would instantly be one of the great sports moments I've seen for one of my teams.
This would be better. This would be better than what Portland did last year.
Yeah.
Because Portland had a hell of a run to get there. Memphis collapsed. This would be better than that.
I mean, I wish I could go back, and I'm sure there is a way to see, but I'm not able to. They were, probably 5 games back 2 weeks ago?
Kings?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how many back they were. Yeah, that's probably right, though.
I mean, for sure,
it was
when Fox went down, they were like 5.5 back, because we always talked about Shams talking about they're 3 games back. I said, wait a minute, what? No, they're not. So they were at least like 5.5 back at that point.
Yeah.
And I don't think they gained too many games in a week or so. So in probably 2 weeks ago, they were about 5.5 back from the Spurs. And if they were able to pull this thing off, track them down, wow, that would be dope.
And it's a lot. It would be similar in the sense of last year. You needed, like, Portland did well. Everybody applauds Portland as they should, but Memphis had to collapse.
Yeah.
Like Memphis had to do it. Yeah. Memphis had to play a part in all of this.
Yep.
There were a couple of teams, Phoenix did everything that they could. Like that's another good parallel there. Phoenix did everything that they could.
Yeah.
They literally did not lose once they got to Orlando.
It wasn't
enough.
Ramsey
it wasn't enough.
On the chat says the Kings were as far as 6 games back 2 weeks ago.
So they made up 4 games. They're still 2 back, and the margin for error is 0. There is no margin for error.
Like, there is no participation trophy or anything like that. But if they finished 1 game out, that'd be pretty crazy. Go from 6-1 and to make it to this point where it means something on the last weekend of the season.
If Saturday's game was for everything, or excuse me, Sunday's game was for everything, and correct me if I'm wrong. If the Spurs win 1 more, but the Kings win out, don't they finish with the same record?
Yeah, the Spurs got the tiebreaker.
And the Spurs got the tiebreaker, so they'd wind up finishing. The Kings would be 34-38 at that point.
Look,
2 9-game losing streaks. They'd be 34-38.
The bar is probably extremely low. It's not that bad of a season, all things considered. All things considered.
Well, we went nuts over Dave Yeager's 39-win season. This is 34 in 10 less games. I mean, it's okay. It's okay to go nuts over this a little bit.
We did. They went insane over 39 wins.
Okay. Question for the class. Let's say all of this does happen. Even let's say the Kings don't make the play. Let's say they do their part. They win all 3. Say they win all 3, but the Spurs win 1 along the way. Tonight, Saturday, Sunday, it doesn't matter. They win 1 along the way. The 2 teams finish with the same record. You have 34-38. I'm not momentum. The excitement that the team established in the final weeks of the season headed into this. I'm not asking about the organization. I'm asking you personally, you listening personally. Does it change your mind about Luke Walton if you thought Luke Walton should be fired?
Well, Secure the Bagley comes in on the chat and said, we also fired Yeager that year, so let's make it happen. So I don't think it'll change their opinions much at all.
Didn't even get the question out before Bagley had his response.
Yeah, I don't think so. I really believe you're in a camp with Luke Walton. For a lot of people, not everybody, for a lot of people, you either believe that he's just terrible, and when they do something successful or they're playing well, they're playing good basketball, it's in spite of Luke Walton. Or, I mean, the other one is probably like me. It's I still want to see more. I'm not sure. I don't think anybody sits back and says, no, Luke is a good coach. I will say that. I don't think anybody is sitting there saying that. People like myself and probably Roddy, I'll say he has good qualities. There's things that I do like about his coaching style, but I'm not going so far to be like, nah, he's a good coach. So I don't think there's anybody in that camp. But there are some people who it doesn't matter what Luke does, it's not going to be good enough.
That's
Luke
tough.
In this drought, and they would still say he's not a good coach. John Bull, our guy, John. I don't think there's anything Luke can do to make John say Luke did a good job.
I think Jill's the same way. I think Jill Adge is the same way. She's not president of the Luke Walton fan club at all. She's definitely not.
She don't subscribe either. She doesn't get a monthly sticker or nothing.
No, nothing. You can get your stickers of D-Lo and KC at thedopeones.com, but that's another story. That's another story. She doesn't get a Luke Walton sticker in the Luke Walton fan club. I'm just asking because we've talked so much about Phoenix and, wanting to be the next Phoenix Suns, wanting to be that model that turns things around. And obviously we put it primarily on Chris Paul. I'm a little bit more of the belief that what they did in the bubble did build something for them, even if it was just confidence, even if it was just, I don't know. Confidence is probably the only thing that it could possibly do. Well, if you're doing that here, do you and you want to be the next version of the Phoenix Suns, you want to take that next step. You want to take the same step that they took. Do you go in the opposite direction and go, no, we're going to do that. We're just going to do it without him. So yeah. I don't know.
Interesting. But yeah, I mean, what are they, one game away from? They tied last year's win total, or they won?
Yeah, they did last year. They have the same number of wins as they did last year. 31-41 was the final record last year.
Wow.
They're 31-38 right now.
I think they'll win at least one of the games in this final three, so they'll be technically better. I just look at the roster, though. You know what I mean? And I'm not here to heap praise on Luke for this run or nothing like that. I just look at the roster. I think they're set up better going into next year than they were last year and they were the year before with Dave Yeager because of the group of guys that Monty was able to get at the trade deadline. So that's what I look at and be like, well, that's for me the most important part of finishing this season off the way they have.
I think another thing too is looking at their 31-38 record. If they get a decent finish here over there, and you said you think they'll win one, let's just hypothetically say they go 2-1. Looking at Dallas, let's just say Dallas splits, and I'm only using Dallas, by the way, because they're the 6th seed right now. Mm-hmm. Now you're looking at a game differential of 10 from, the same record as the 10th seed. You'd ultimately be the 11th seed as the 6th. That still feels like a massive jump. And I know Phoenix isn't normal. Like Paul, acquiring Chris Paul as much. I love Monty Williams. I give Monty Williams a ton of credit for where Phoenix is. But I'm also not naive to who and what Chris Paul is. Mm-hmm. He is the biggest reason that they're 48-21 right now. I absolutely think. Absolutely. He's the key ingredient in the drink as well. He's not just the straw. He's in there running around making it all work. Like he's
the McQueen of the drink.
That's absolutely what he is. Chris Paul is the McQueen of the Phoenix Suns. So those jumps aren't normal. You know what I mean? Like we look at the NFL, we were having fun with the schedule. We'll get back to that in just a minute. Everyone, every year there's so much parity in the league. There's so much parity in the NFL and that, every year people watch, and this could very well be the San Francisco 49ers. Every year people watch, see who's that team that finished, last in the division that's going to finish first. And you can go back and you can see team after team after team that's able to do it. Mm-hmm. And, so many people look at what happened to the San Francisco 49ers last year as a total anomaly because of all of the injuries that they had. The most likely one to do it is the San Francisco 49ers to go from last in their division back to first. That's not really an NBA thing.
Right.
The NBA is like years of building. It's years of building out. And to make the jump that the Phoenix Suns made, not to say that the Phoenix Suns haven't been trying to build, but they got the biggest piece to make that jump this offseason. Mm-hmm. The Kings aren't getting Chris Paul or anything the caliber of Chris Paul. But if you get one more piece, it still feels like a 10-game jump isn't likely, because even at that, like, think about, I mean, you'd be in the situation, if you jump 10 wins, you'd be around 500 in a normal. Now win percentage would probably be a little bit different in things like that, because you're assuming like a 10-0 stretch here over from 72 games to 82 games. But it just seems far-fetched to think, man, they're going to jump 10 games. If we don't consider the play-in tournament, the postseason, or the playoffs, they might not break this streak for like 5, 6, 7, 10 more years.
and well, look, and that's not just because of the Kings, but I mean, that's where this play-in situation's got to be a little bit modified. The 7th seed, like we said before, they should not have to deal with a play-in situation. Now, I know this one will probably, let me make sure I have this right, will probably fall in the category, this will be borderline. Like, the Lakers are 3 games up on the Warriors. And I think 3 games or more, they shouldn't have to play, or three and a half games or more.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be a half game, but you get what I'm saying. And maybe they don't have to reach the 6th seed moving forward, talking about the Kings. Maybe if they modify it and they have this top 7 seeds be locked in, maybe that's the case. But 10 games, it's a lot, but I could see this team being 10 games better. That's a lot. Like, it is a lot, but I see a scenario where 10 games better.
That's steep, bro. That's steep. It might be an exercise this weekend, depending on what happens, to figure out who's made a jump of that size.
Well, I look at it like this, and this could be super optimistic or whatever, but the roster that they have, if they have that for a full season, I think they're 5 games better.
Oh,
if they improve on the roster, that improvement could be another 3 to 5 games. There's your 8 to 10 wins better right there.
All right. Well, we'll discuss this. We'll discuss this weekend. And we'll discuss the Sacramento Kings with Deuce and Mo when they join us next here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Kenny Caraway here. And as I plot out ways to get the Kings to the postseason and get them 10 more wins so they can get the automatic bid into the playoffs, I got a little McQueen and the Violet Fog gin in the back of my mind as well, because I know when that day happens, there's definitely going to be a lot of McQueen and the Violet Fog flowing in the Caraway household. That's for sure. And it's that smooth citrus flavor that cools and refreshes me when I do drink it. That's why I always go right back to it. It always satisfies me. The Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation, and it always tells me 2 things when I see that. Number 1, because of that, you get the quality that you get from every single bottle of McQueen, and it's just unmatched, the quality that you get. And then number 2, yeah, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good, man. So this is what you need to do. You need to go order a bottle online at drizzly.com, or next time you're out, go grab a bottle, go pick it up. If the store doesn't have it, let us know. Let Damien know. We'll talk to Ben. We'll get that little re-up taken care of. You'll get your bottle. You can check out McQueen. All right, we got you. You can also show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog gin by tagging your post at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. We need to just go ahead, let the entire region, the entire valley know about the biggest boss when it comes to who's the best in the game when it comes to the gin game, all right? After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Yeah. Let me use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, make the switch when you get back. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Liz Cambage posted new pics. I was like, oh, hey, there's Liz. Let's close Instagram because that's distracting. McQueen with a cigar is dope. The bamboo with a cigar is better. The bamboo XO, even better. That's the route to go, for sure. The rum is legit. The XO rum is probably the best for that. I know that's Black Bottle's favorite. He loves that XO with a cigar. That's where it's at. All right, let's get the squad in here. Deuce and Mo, the podcast that you know.
Yes,
What's happening?
No.
I heard you talking about Liz Cambage. Hell.
Yes.
Whoa.
Goodness.
Damn.
Went to IG at the wrong time.
I know.
Hey.
I know. It's always risky with her. You never know what you're gonna get, and it's just always like, bam.
Yeah. No, you pretty much know what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Because
she sprinkles in basketball, but then it's like, bottom.
I'm checking out.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to
As Deuce
peruse.
he is like, I need to look now.
I mean, if it's going to be a topic on the show, you got to prepare. You have to understand what exactly is happening. You don't want to be misinformed.
No, it wasn't going to be a topic on the show, but I'm glad you're caught up. Glad you're caught up.
Exactly. What's going on, guys? How are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Great. Feeling good.
Squad is here.
Yeah.
Good stuff. 3 night chats left.
Oh, 3 Kings night
Three
chats
Kings.
left. Oh, we're already talking about. We may do like a. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
I thought you weren't going to say this unless
Yeah.
after, depending on the results of tonight.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. Always just throwing.
Wow.
Hands out there.
Tease.
Like, come on. Gotta be cooler than that. Hey, show off your shirt though.
It's there.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
what is it?
You know what time it is? Dame Dollar.
Oh,
I love Dame Lillard. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
Deuce has been looking for a Dame Lillard shirt for like
looks like an eye chart.
days. Yeah. Eye chart.
I like that though. You know what time it is.
You know what time it is.
All right, guys, hang on. We're coming back. Maybe. Appreciate those tuning in on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. Welcome everybody watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, if you're watching, you're greeted by the lovely faces of Deuce, Mason, and Morgan Reagan, the host of the Deuce and Mo podcast, the very, very popular night chats.
Yeah.
And of course, they fight with puppies on a nightly basis, which is by far my favorite part of the show.
That's your favorite part, huh? That's like
By
my
far.
favorite thing.
That
I
is-
want to kill them.
That is the only time I think I could say like I actually see red and rage and like you're lucky we're live, dog.
Well, because you're trying to ignore it. And like as a viewer, you're just hearing like random noises. And I'm figuring it's like a dog, like dropping a toy on like hardwood or dropping a toy on or something like that. And then the coup de grace the other night, one of them hits the camera and Deuce's face.
I'm just like, why? Like,
face is
why do you have to be right by the tripod? Like, you can't be anywhere else. You got it right here, right now.
It happens.
Yeah.
Sprout almost took us out one day. Like she hit the tripod that the camera's on. It happens.
Yeah, you have cute, good dogs. Nice try.
Look, I'm just left out of this whole thing. No dog in the house, nothing like that.
Oh, Kenny, get a dog.
I've had 2 dogs.
Okay.
Well, that's all right. If you stick around on this show long enough, you can catch Jazz yelling at him, telling him to get this over with because we've got other stuff to do. So that's always good.
All right. Know what time it is.
I'm going to bring you right into the conversation we were just having about the Sacramento Kings and next year. We're talking about, where they are. Obviously, the season is still alive. They're still competing for that play-in spot. But looking at, going from, play into playoffs, like as it stands right now, that's a 10-game difference. Can you see a situation where this team is like legitimately 10 games better next year?
Without some crazy move that I can't really predict, no. I mean, I could see them being like a legit playing team, like being in the 7 or 8 next year, if everything goes right. But to make that's a big time jump. And I know it's easy to point to what the Suns have done, but that's Chris Paul. There's not another. Yeah. Where's the other Chris Paul in the league? Who's that guy? And do you have the assets to obtain a player like that? Is that player even available?
The other reason why I would say, why that seems so far-fetched too, because you look at how even a team like the Suns, they were starting to discover their identity last year, right? And their culture and understanding that was getting really in place. The Kings, what's their identity after this season? What about this culture? We're hearing that we don't know what's going to happen with this head coach. There's no stability. So I think that is so very important. And we look past that so much when we look at teams. We always go, oh, just plug in when we're gone. And then they should be in the playoffs. Or new coach, they should be in the playoffs. That's not how it works.
And that's a good point just about the Suns, because
shots fired from Morgan right there, but go ahead.
Because Monty Williams, there was no question Monty Williams was going to be the coach next year, the season after, right?
Yep.
It was like, yeah, Monty's our guy. Yeah. There's still a lot of uncertainty at this point with Sacramento.
I said it's unlikely that they get another 10 wins. That's kind of where we came from. We looked at where the Mavericks are out there. They got 10 more wins. And it's unlikely. But I don't think it's as crazy as it seems. I look at this team, right? And I look at this roster, and I believe, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, they don't make any moves. I think this team all year long, you could get 5 more wins out of that. Out of this particular.
I don't think that's crazy.
No, I don't think it is either, because I think they got better at the trade deadline. It took a while for that to kind of come together. And you also have to be careful around this time of the year, because guys start putting up numbers and you go, hey, man, is this guy a player? I think Terrence Davis can be a nice role player in this league, and he's only in his second year. He's got room to grow. I'm also not under this crazy notion that he's going to, hey, maybe he could be a starter if necessary, just because he's putting up 27 points against OKC. That was a G League team they played the last couple of games, legitimately a G League team with some guys who have maybe a little bit of upside, but it's not a very good team. So, I do think that the additions of Davis and Wright, even Harkless, have helped this team a lot. So you could have seen a world where if they were together for the whole year, maybe it looks better, but who knows what happens? That group was also part of a 9-game losing skid.
And you're correct about that. But what I was saying with that is, even with DeLon and Terrence Davis and Mo Harkless, is DeLon going to have 17 points a game and almost a triple double? Of course not. But he is about 10 points a game on his career. And you're getting 10 there. Terrence Davis, starter? I don't think so. But Terrence Davis is about 10. You could see him. He did 10 in his rookie season. You could see him moving up to 12, 13 a night. Mo Harkless has done what he's done everywhere. So that's where you get 5. And then it's not Chris Paul, but if you get some type of a transaction in this offseason, whether it's a draft pick, whether you use your draft pick to get somebody. I don't know who that guy is just yet, but that could be another 3 to 5 game improvement right there. So now you're looking at an 8 game. Look, I wouldn't put no money on it, but I'm just saying, I don't think they're as far away from being able to get an extra 8 wins. Let's just say 8 wins.
Yeah.
Right now.
And again, I always like your positivity, Kenny. And I don't even think this
here we go.
No, this isn't a bless your heart, Kenny.
That's a cute take, Kenny.
Oh, you're so sweet. No. I truly believe that is realistic in a lot of ways, but at the same time, I don't think I'm there yet, because I think about this team defensively and how many times we talked about personnel. Now they added some of that defensive personnel with DeLon Wright and how he understands to get in the passing lane. Terrence Davis, being super aggressive up in guys, but it's still going to take what's your defensive identity? So maybe Rex Kalamian takes that leap too with this team, if that is the coaching staff and that is where everything is going. And that's what's crazy. We keep having to talk about things and we have to say that is this the direction that they're going even with coaching? Because if that changes, I think, again, you're starting at step 1 again, even from a defensive mindset, but you do have different individual assets now that actually understand how to play defense, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Morgan, you kind of made a face, sort of like a face-ish when I mentioned, hey, the Kings are still in it. A couple of things need to go their way. Are you of the mindset? Can we just get this over with? Just beat the Knicks already, or let the Grizzlies win tonight. Let's just get this over with.
So I've been like that. And then, what's interesting is when I forget what game it was. I think it was against San Antonio. I was excited for that game. Like I felt myself being excited, even though I had already kind of checked out. So now I'm back to that like check out point. I'm like, there's no way, even though there's technically a way. So yes, in a lot of ways, I'm kind of like, can we move on so I can just focus on other basketball? But at the same time, this is exciting for not only Kings fans. This is exciting for these Kings players to be at this point in the year and have something to play for.
So I'm the opposite. I'm going back today and I'm watching Chimezie Metu getting thrown down by Valanciunas going, let's go. I'm getting like, is that clown Valanciunas playing tonight? He's questionable. Okay, who cares? Oh, wait, there aren't that many players who actually played in that last game that are like still on the Kings. DeQuan Jeffrey started against the Grizzlies in that game where the Grizzlies hammered the Kings. If I'm Luke Walton, if I'm a player, I'm walking in, I'm putting that on the big screen and be like, hey, watch this play. We're not getting punked like that tonight. We are going out swinging. They've got something to play for, too. Memphis has something to play for. They're right there with Golden State for the 8th spot. But let's go. Like, make it interesting. I think it's more fun, and it's best for business. I want to see more games. I want to go into that final game on Sunday night with, like, hey, if they win this game, they're in. I want to have that. If it just ends tonight, it is kind of a bummer.
Wait, where are you guys at with that?
Well, Triple H and Stephanie McMahon here with us on ESPN 1320 as we drop the best for business line. We're riding it. Let's just ride it out. Like there's no reason to be down on it. Let's see what happens.
Good for all you guys.
Oh, swinging. It's the Grizzlies aren't like some world beaters. Go in there tonight. Have a little fun. Make it competitive. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see them roll over and lose by 15 tonight. Like, no, make it interesting. And I understand like the crowd that's like talking about, oh, you're ruining your draft. That's lottery odds. I'm like, just don't worry about that. Like, I understand the point, but I also understand there have been plenty of teams the last 4 years who have moved up, including Sacramento multiple times, moving up into the top 3. That one time where they had to do the pick swap that ended up getting them number 5 in Fox, and then of course number 2 with Bagley. But there's still hope there. They can maybe move up in the draft. We'll see what happens. But I'm not concerned about that. I'd much rather have a little more fun and play a playing game. That'd be great, even though it's unlikely.
Hey, like I've been saying for the last couple of days, Sacramento Kings.
Still standing. I'm still strong.
They're still here.
I don't know
They're
about
still here.
They're still standing. The odds are stacked against them. But you know what makes this game even more intriguing tonight is
What, Deuce? What makes it?
I'm getting the people fired up for this game. I am approaching this game. That's why I'm going to be so like down tonight. When
I know. This is what you do. This is what you do.
Because if this is a team that if you're in the play-in, this is the team you're playing.
Yeah.
Like
that's true.
That's you could be playing this team 3 times in 6 days.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Bring it on. Bring it on. I want it on.
No, you guys, I appreciate where you guys are at, but it's just hilarious to see you all kind of there. This team has let you down so many damn times. Like, why even?
Everything. Yeah. That is for real. That's the serious.
You guys are the embodiment of King's emotions. Like you embody the King's emotions, Kings fans' emotions.
I'm not sitting here predicting that they're going to win out. I do not think it's happening. I mean, and plus the Spurs win tonight, and then we're like, oh, okay, what's it matter? But like, you look at the Spurs, they're taking the Knicks. The Knicks still kind of have something to play for. They can move up. They don't want to be in that 6th spot. Can they?
They can move way up. Yeah.
Right. So and then they take on the Suns in back-to-back games. You never know. So you just go out there and play the games, and so. Yeah, I want to see it. That's fun.
I'm all in, man. I'm all in. Now, do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't think it's going to happen. Matter of fact, our guy John, he laid out the scenario a couple of days ago. That is probably how it's going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Spurs are going to go 0-4. The Kings are going to go 3-0 up until Sunday, and then they'll lose on Sunday.
Great prediction.
It's probably how it's going to happen.
But that it'll be a fun ride. It'll be a fun. It'll be a fun ride. And imagine if the Spurs do go 0-3 and the Kings are 2-0, and we're heading into that 6 o'clock start against Utah with the game meaning something, yeah, it'll hurt like hell at about 8:15.
Hey, hurt me.
But like, how much would it hurt? Because here's how I look at it: you're missing like 4 starters at this point.
Yeah, yes.
So it doesn't. For me, it's like I'm rooting for this team of like veterans and some young players that are just trying to go out there and play and prove people wrong. It's kind of fun that way. It's
that line. You're playing with house money, right? That's how you feel. You can, but that money is yours right now. You're making the decision to give it back. Like, that's the thing. If you like, you could get excited with that last game left. I mean, this is against Utah, by the way.
Right.
Utah, if Utah's playing for nothing, and if this scenario plays out, they probably wouldn't be, because that means Phoenix has beaten San Antonio twice. Utah's probably going to want to win that last game, even without Donovan Mitchell. But even if they were playing with their second unit, Utah's second unit is probably better than the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Who's on like their second and a half unit right now.
Right. No, that's the truth.
But
what?
Hear me out, guys.
Oh, we've got another hear me out
Do
going
you
on.
understand what Utah did to them?
What?
Tyrese
Oh, yeah.
Halliburton, and I know he's not going to be playing in that game,
But he's there.
but you feel his presence there.
Mm-hmm.
He said that game will stick with him forever.
Yeah.
I hope it sticks with everyone. Go out there, and you're not going to get beat by 49 in that game. We're going down swinging. We're not worried about the Jazz second unit.
You guys,
I'm not worried about Jordan Clarkson. I'm going out there and playing.
This is where it becomes fun. Just seeing a team fight and battle. And I think what irks me the most is that fight and that battle wasn't there quick enough toward the end of this season. It's like, why did it take all the way until every starter is sitting out for this to happen? And you really see these guys wanting to fight and play even for their coach. And so it's confusing at times, it's frustrating at times, but then I also laugh because I think about us as being on sports radio right now in this market and just how we talk about our standards of, this playing game and how excited we would be if they just won this game and the Spurs lose this game. And it's crazy to think about how many sports teams don't have to talk like this. And how many years we've had to talk like this. I think that's also, to me, just like, I'm so frustrated with like, oh man, if we get this playing game, what a joy. Like,
meanwhile, in New England, they're not going, let's get to the wild card, baby. Let's get to the wild card.
Like Celtics fans right now are losing their minds.
Fire everyone.
It's all bad.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damien Barling along with Kenny Caraway, Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan in the house with us, as they are each and every single Thursday, KC.
We're going to talk about this more in the future, but I want to get your guys' opinion today.
Mm-hmm.
Where I looked at this team, I said this earlier in the week, and I looked at this team and I said, for the first time in a long time, 2019 included, I'm feeling good about where this team is going, and I feel good. Like, say they lost on the last game of the season this year and got knocked out then or whatever. It would suck, it would hurt. But I'd be like, man, I'm looking forward to this group next year. And I feel like that's something we haven't been able to say. And you guys tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing a year or whatever. That's something we hadn't been able to say here in Sacramento. And I couldn't remember the last time, to be honest with you.
I mean, I feel like people still felt that way in Jaeger's final year, even though the season didn't end strong. It was still like, hey, you know what? We surprised a lot of people. They won 39 games. It wasn't totally clicking at the end, but a tweak here or there, they could be in the playoffs.
They did. Well, real quick, Deuce, they did, but there was some elements there. Like the bench was trash.
Sure.
At the time. Willie was going to be gone, and I guess people thought we were going to upgrade from there. But I mean, that we all knew the coach was going to be gone. We all knew, the core or the core of that group would be there, but there were going to be a lot of changes. I look around here, and I may be in the minority. I don't think there's a whole lot of changes to make. I like what they have. There's some things here and there that you have to change. You have to upgrade maybe. But the bench, look at the bench. I think the 4 to 5 of those guys are set to come back.
What's hard though, Kenny? It's like, how do you upgrade without making changes? That's even when you look at Rashawn Holmes and what the market might be for him, and that might be a change. And then you also look at, okay, we need to add some, as I always say, add some girth to this squad. You need more size. And it's like, what are you going to have to give up to get that? And then we talk about that final piece to plug in, that Chris Paul caliber guy. Where and how are you going to find that guy? So I'm with you on that positivity of going into next year, but not because of those reasons. I think it's more because of what Tyrese Halliburton's going to do and what we saw from De'Aaron Fox. Again, another leap this season gives me so much hope for next season and what he can do with this squad, especially because we are finally seeing guys like, okay, they do want to work hard. They want to put forth that effort. And I believe like his leadership will take that even further next season. And that's where I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I don't know.
Deuce,
if I'm
are you
hopeful? Like, I there's parts that I'm hopeful for, like Fox and Halliburton, but there's still huge question marks. Your cap situation,
Your coach,
Buddy Hield, like it's hard to be like, hey man, next year it's going to be different. It's hard to say that right now for me.
Okay.
Luke is a constant. Right. No one seems to have
okay.
no one seems to have like a feel for what's going to happen with Luke Walton. So I guess we can kind of avoid that question. Yeah. No one knows. Like it's really weird. And you guys can speak to this even better than I can. When Dave Yeager, we knew Dave Yeager for like a month and a half was gone. Like the Luke Walton rumors were already out there when Dave Yeager was still very much the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. So this is just weird because it doesn't feel like anybody has a grasp as to what's going to happen over the course of the next couple of days with Luke Walton. But you kind of mentioned this a minute ago, Deuce, and I want you to elaborate. Are you more encouraged, less encouraged, indifferent by the fact that this team has won 6 of 7, but there's no De'Aaron or Tyrese or Harrison Barnes? Like you're winning it with guys like DeLon Wright and Terrence Davis and Mo Harkless being in a prime position.
It's a good story that they're playing well at the end, I guess, with those guys. It's cool to see guys rally and not just go, you know what, we're going to be thinking about the offseason. They're going out there and playing hard, and it's been fun to watch. But I would say more discouraged because you would love to have seen this early in the season. Like, why did this team have to go through 2 9-game losing skids?
Yeah.
And, you wonder if some of these trades were made earlier. Could it have kind of come together faster? I know there hasn't been a lot of practice time, so that's kind of a weird subplot to this whole thing is you have guys kind of getting used to each other and getting comfortable on the fly. So I'd say more discouraged than anything because it's like, man, if you, I think we talked about this last week. If instead of losing 9 in a row, you went, 2 and 7, we're having a completely different conversation right now, right? Like we're trying to figure some things out. But the fact that this bunch did that twice, that's what's really disappointing to me.
Yeah. This bunch did it once, though. That's what.
Yeah, guess what, Kenny? They still did it. Losing 9 in a row. Like, are you kidding me?
No, it's completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable.
The new guy only did it once. Don't pin this on Terrence Davis.
But look, I'll even say this: the second one is more indefensible and head scratching than the first one. The first one, I could say, hey, they didn't have a deep roster, and like all their best guys got hurt during that time. So. It's still crazy, but it's like, okay, I could see the second one. Like I keep saying, I don't know what the hell happened the second one. I have no idea. I have no clue what that was all about.
They don't have their best guys. They all got hurt. Like exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, right.
Exactly what's happening right now.
Horses to kind of hold up on that. They didn't have the horses before. If the Kings
go 2-1 the rest of the way, we're going to be looking back with so many like what ifs. Like the Minnesota games, God bless it. The 2 Charlotte games we're going to be looking at. Like, even if you're not talking about the 9-game losing streaks, there's going to be so many moments where Kings fans are going to be reflecting like, hey, remember when we completely crapped this game? Remember when we blew this one? Remember that we lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves? Hell, it was a different team. The Houston Rockets have 16 wins. Again, I get it was different.
Yeah.
They beat the Kings twice earlier this season.
And then there's weird things where they got lucky, where they took Denver on 3 times. I think Jamal Murray either missed 2 of 3 or all 3 of those games.
Yeah.
You guys are going to be back with us 1 week from today. What's the first thing you think we're talking about next week?
Let's see.
Playing game.
No.
Dude, I will be so pumped up if that happens. Oh, what are we going to be
I
talking
think we're
about?
going to be talking about a fun playing game between two teams that I don't know yet, but Sacramento Kings are not going to be involved in that conversation. How's that?
That one is going to be, I think by Thursday, it's going to be like like that's the one loser go home game, right?
Perfect. Then we'll be previewing that game.
Kings are moving up, and we can talk about little Jalen Suggs.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Deuce has been watching his highlights lately.
Oof.
Can you tell?
Who you like better? Who you like better, Deuce?
Between Cade and Jalen Suggs?
Yeah.
That's tough, man. I really like Cade's size, and you see the potential, but God, man, Suggs just has that moxie about him. He brings that softness. I dig that just fire.
You got the wrong Jalen, though. The superstar is Jalen Green.
Okay, I haven't gotten this far in my draft stuff yet. That was a G League Ignite, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like, okay, I saw some of his stuff the other day. I think it's going to take him a minute.
Well, but
It might take him a minute. It might take him a minute, but he's a star.
Ignite stuff, though.
Yeah.
Too? Well, and think about that. He's playing with a different
level. There's some
of
high school stuff mixed in there too.
Sure.
There's talent, but like I look at Cade and Jalen like, oh no, they're going to be good. Like no doubt.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say at least one of the first things we're going to be discussing is whether Luke Walton is back as the head coach or not.
Why do I feel like we're not going to find out until like middle of the summer somehow? They're just going to practice out. Like this is going to keep going. It's going to be like trying to find out Halliburton's injury.
Well,
oh my gosh.
Well, Damien, they're still going to be playing.
Okay. All right, Kenny.
No, Kenny's gone too far. I think Kenny's too ham for this.
Kenny.
Come on, baby. Hey,
Kenny.
I'm still strong.
Come on.
Kenny, take a quick timeout. Go to Liz Cambridge's Instagram page. Pass a few minutes, man.
Already been there.
Go take a few minutes off. Deuce Mo podcast, the night chat available following tonight's Sacramento Kings game. Always fun. Make sure you lock in over there on youtube.com/DeuceMo or twitch.tv/DeuceMo. Guys, we always appreciate you. I'm really excited for Sunday. I'm really excited for Sunday as we officially welcome Deuce Mason into the Black Bottle Boys and the debut of Black Bottle Mo.
Hey,
you got to tune in.
I can't wait for Sunday.
You got to tune in to find out what that's all about, but it's coming up Sunday on the night chat. We'll be back with more of D'Lo and Casey. We'll dive back into the 49ers schedule. It's Dennis Rodman's birthday as well. Everybody in class, think about this. Is there an equivalent to Dennis Rodman today? It's coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear.
Wait, one thing. Dennis Rodman being 60 today threw me off. Like he is 60 years old.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't realize it was 60.
60 years old, man.
Then the other thing I think of with Dennis Rodman is when Montrezl Harrell compared himself to Dennis Rodman.
That's why when you just said that, I was like, oh, yeah, you guys going to talk about that?
We tried to come up with like an equivalent yesterday to Dr. J. Like who's as cool as Dr. J is. Like not even Dr. J was, but like Dr. J is today. I'm thinking about Dennis Rodman. Like who's the equivalent of Dennis Rodman? I have an idea. Everyone's going to roll their eyes at it, but
who was your Dr. J?
We couldn't come up with one. I think
Dame kind of has Dame has a little bit of a cake.
A little bit.
That was the
but just a coolness about him.
That was the one that came up the most.
Yeah.
I said Paul George too. I said Kawhi.
Paul George, I don't feel like has that toughness, and it's wrong to say because he talked about his mental toughness or everything last season, especially in the bubble. Not tough. I'm sorry, I'm saying it wrong.
Toughness.
Yeah, but he was talking about just like his mentality and everything, and how we don't talk about mental health enough.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying like that is one of the reasons why it makes him not the right answer, but someone like Dame, you're just not gonna get any of that. He's not vocal about it.
He's just got Dr. J had swagger.
Yeah.
Dame is probably the best. The other thing that Damien brought up was like Dr. J wouldn't have no social media. even today, he wouldn't have it. So that's why I said Kawhi. I brought up Kawhi. Kawhi don't say much. He's not as cool as Dr. J, though.
Yeah.
Like Dr. J in the 70s could translate to 2021.
Right.
He could not change anything, be the exact same guy, and still be the coolest guy in the league.
And you can't be considered the coolest guy in the league if you're rocking New Balance all the time. Just saying, let's just be honest.
Hey.
You can try to make it cool, but it's not that cool. It's just not.
True story.
Not the hoop shoes, at least.
True story.
What are they, the 657s or whatever? I like those. A little old school running shoes.
Dame's got good shoes. I don't wear Adidas, but Dame's got his kicks are they're pretty dope.
Yeah.
I support him from a distance.
Yeah, pretty
All
much.
right, guys.
I know you got to go. Yeah, I'll let you go. Thanks
Bye,
for joining us,
All
guys.
right, y'all.
Bye. Let's see. What am I missing here? Where's our bar? Arm bar. There we are.
Check silver stripes. Okay, well, calm down a lot. He's not even top 3.
Will.
And I like Dame shoes. I like
Will.
He ain't even top 3. Stop it.
Will W, not Will Z. Yeah. Damn, Will. Yeah, Will Z. Yeah, send that, please.
Oh my.
10 game. That'll be interesting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Really from Oakland, though.
Yeah,
Because I'm really from nothing. I don't know that Marshawn on the sideline. I don't know that there will ever be anything better than that.
The best thing about that is they went on like an 8-game losing streak.
Yep. By far the best part of that is
El Dorado fans is like, oh, Marshawn, we going dumb this year. We going to the bowl.
Yeah, they went to the bowl.
The toilet bowl.
Not that one. Well, I don't know how to read this. Man, I love me some Will Z. Our D-Lo and KC statistician. He's too damn smart. Like, I'm trying, like, he did just this big in-depth graphic. He did this big in-depth spreadsheet about teams that have improved 10 games or more in the NBA, as that was a conversation we were having about the Kings in terms of getting from a potential 10 spot, 11 spot, somewhere around there, up until what is considered like a playoff, like a solidified playoff spot. He says a team has improved 10 games or more 59 times since the 2010-11 season. That's 59 times out of 329 possibilities. That's 18%. The biggest leap was the Nets in 2013. They went from 22 wins to 49 wins. The Cavs, this is going in the different direction, I think. Cavs, they went from 61 wins to 19. I feel like they might have had a departure on that squad that escalated that.
I mean, 18% isn't a lot, but it's a lot more than I thought. Like hearing the number 59, that's more than I thought would have happened.
Way more. And the Kings did it.
The Jaeger year?
Yes.
Wow.
27-39. The only team to have not had a 10-win jump in that time frame is the Pacers. And that statistic is followed by a massive amount of data. I feel like Will Z types these out and goes, "You want data? Okay. I'll send you data.
I'll send you data.
I'll send you data. I've got your data right here." So after that 12-win increase, they promptly went on an 8-game decrease. And right now they are exactly where they were at this point last season.
Yeah. I think they, what's it?
Redacted on YouTube says,
I think the Cavs lost Delhi that year.
That's what happened.
That's the year.
Yeah, 61 wins to 19. They lost Matthew Dellavedova.
I'm so twisted right now because I got two different things pulling me. Because what Will Z sent, I'm still just taken aback by that. That surprised the hell out of me.
Yeah,
but I can't. I saw it maybe the same time John saw it. He says, "Yo, please go look at the clutch points Photoshop of Ham, Jason, Katie, and Sean." I mean, it's one of the great Photoshops I've ever seen in my life.
Where is this piece of business at?
I commented, retweeted. John said he retweeted it. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Oh yeah, that's solid work right there. Wow. That is solid work right there. Jason Jones. We will make sure that I'll put this on the stream for everybody, but we can absolutely make sure that is on every
great
social media platform. Yeah, this is solid work from the folks over at, what is this, Clutch Points? Yeah, that's solid work right there. Jason Anderson really just kind of blends in on this photo. It's kind of disturbing. Is that Bogey?
I think that is Bogey. The crazy thing is Ham looks like ball player. Like Ham look like what's the one dude that went to Georgetown, and I think he's at like Ramsey will know. The young white guy who went to Georgetown and could dunk, do all this other stuff. Now he's like at Ohio State or something like that. But
I don't know.
That's what James Ham looked like.
James is shredded, boy. James Ham. James Ham got the guns out there.
Jason on Buddy. That's hilarious.
Oh, that is. I'm sorry. This is a radio show. You guys have to see this picture. This is just fantastic. Katie's in there. Sean Cunningham made the cut. Sean's the only one where it's like, all right, guys. We couldn't have found a more clean picture of Sean's head to put out there. We couldn't have done a little bit better with that. Come to think about it, is Jason Anderson, is that belly? Or is it? I
think it is belly, actually.
That's an 8. Yeah.
I think it is belly. That's phenomenal knowledge by you, Dan.
Oh, man.
Matt McClung is the guy that I was talking about.
Literally nobody knows who that is. Literally nobody.
5 guys just said Mac McClung.
Okay. Fantastic.
Everybody knows this guy.
That is great. That is great. I posed this question to Deuce Mo. We kind of talking about it during the commercial break over on YouTube and Twitch. Dennis Rodman turned 60 today.
Man,
which is
happy birthday to the worm.
Is wild. Is there a we did this with Dr. J yesterday for the cool factor. Is there a Dennis Rodman equivalent in the NBA today?
I mean, the first one everybody would go to would be Draymond.
Okay.
I don't think
Okay.
I don't think Draymond is that.
No, he's not.
I don't think he's that either.
I have one.
As charismatic as Dennis Rodman was. He's just annoying.
That's facts. Oh, come on. The Rockets are waiving Daquan Jeffries.
Oh, hit the Quan.
Camp $10,000 fine. You don't do that.
$10,000
fine. I don't know. I think we'll get fined for that. You're allowed to play music in San Francisco. You're allowed to rap over E40 and tag the artist in it without any fear of a $10,000 fine. But do that here, boy.
Shout out to Butcher Boy.
Man, I would play it, but I'm fearful of what would happen if I actually played it. Butcher Boy wrote a freestyle to Sprinkle Me by E40. And it's surrounding the Golden State. It's everything you would expect if you've ever heard Butcher Boy here on this show, or if you've ever listened to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco.
And to your point, Damien, it absolutely was on Twitch.
Oh, it was on Twitch. Oh yeah. No problem there. I guess once you get to San Francisco, the fear of a $10,000 fine is gone. But once you head over on 80 a little bit, it's like, hey, don't do that.
And I'll say this as well. Just erase everything that we just said. We do not do no dry snitching over here.
Oh no, they tagged everyone on the planet. E40 probably retweeted it. E40's probably like, yo, Butcher Boy can go. Let's get this out there. Man. You can roll your eyes, you could be mad. I have an equivalent for Dennis Rodman. plays like he does. He's just better. It's Russ.
That's not a bad. It's not a bad.
It's Russ.
It's not bad at all.
Find me a better one than Russell Westbrook. Find me a more comparable player than Russell Westbrook.
That's not bad.
There isn't one. Don't nobody play as hard. Nobody plays as hard as Russell Westbrook does. That way, he's just better. That's the difference. Is there's no guy who just goes out there and has a singular role of rebounding the ball, being a tough defender. There's no player like that in the league today. Russ is the closest in terms of dudes who bust their ass on every play.
So is the effort? That's what you're equating it to?
Well, effort and results. Like I'm sure there are a lot of guys that play hard, but it doesn't amount to the it doesn't amount to
the closest one. Russ is probably the closest one. I mean, because when I think about that stuff, but I also think about the charisma, of a Dennis Rodman. It's one thing to just go out there and do your work. Like somebody was kind of close when they said Pat Bev. I thought Pat Bev is kind of close. Pat Bev isn't what he was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So, but he has charisma. Russ has charisma. The Worm had charisma. Draymond ain't got no charisma.
Nope.
Another guy that I was going to say, but he's not as good, is Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre has that kind of character, but he's nowhere near doing what he's supposed to do as well as Dennis does, as well as Russ does right now. I'm not even sure Oubre does it as good as Pat Bev right now.
Aceberg brought this up. A couple of people have mentioned Orlando Dwight in the chat. Great rebounder, defensive. He owned the Defensive Player of the Year award for a stretch. Like he's going to the Hall of Fame based on his Orlando Magic career. I don't even know that there is an equivalent. This could be just an entirely unfair
could be another
question.
Dr. J situation.
Very well could be. Yeah, very, very,
Russ
very
is
well
a good
could be.
one, though. Russ and Pat Bev are the two that come to mind for me right now.
Okay.
Pat Bev,
60.
I don't know.
That's crazy.
In my head, because I'm thinking about like some of the flopping that Rodman did, or like the oversells and exaggerations. And I think about Pat Bev, his infamous one when James Harden, he had that oversell when Harden.
Oh yeah.
When he was guarding Harden. That one cracks me up every single time. But yeah, Russ is good. Pat Bev is good. I'm trying to think anybody else. I think Oubre's a good one too, but he's just not as good. I mean, when you talk about a character, though, I will say this though. When you talk about a character, I mean, Draymond's a character.
Oh, he is. And
He's
Draymond's
and he does his stuff, he outside of points and all that other stuff. So
Draymond's little triple doubles are cute. They're like little mini triple doubles. They're adorable. He's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. He's the guy you probably want on your team, and his little mini triple doubles are adorable.
Draymond fits the description as well as somebody who doesn't have the responsibility of the stars the way Dennis didn't have the responsibility of Pippen and Jordan and Isaiah Thomas. So he can kind of roam and do whatever he needs to do out there. That's what Draymond does. Russ, he's able to do all this, and he has responsibility.
John had a good one in Tony Allen. That's not a bad call.
Tony Allen was a good one.
Yeah, he could go. Yeah, that's not a bad one.
Somebody earlier said Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart kind of he got
a little bit. Yeah,
that's not bad.
Yeah, a little bit. Marcus is another guy who's alone, like in a category. He's so unique. Marcus and Draymond, I think, are of the same ilk.
Yeah.
Like I like Marcus more than I like Draymond, but I'm not disputing that. I think they're both phenomenal players. I do think Draymond's a very, very good player. And we know, as we again, Dennis Rodman turning 60 today, just insane. We know the Kings. What's that, partner?
I just said the Worm.
We know the Kings schedule. Memphis tonight, Memphis tomorrow, and they'll end the regular season against the Utah Jazz. We now know the San Francisco 49ers schedule. Opens with Detroit, opens at Detroit, opens at Philadelphia. Levi Stadium, first game, week 3. Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers on Sunday Night Football, and then they'll head into the bye week. That's what I wanted to ask you. They've got 2 divisional games after that Sunday Night Football matchup with the Green Bay Packers. Seattle, then at Arizona, and then it's a week 6 bye now. 18 weeks, 17 games. Little early? Is that a little uncomfortably early for a bye for you?
Yeah, it's a little earlier than you would want it. In a 17-week schedule, you'd probably want that around, but the perfect place would be right in the middle, around 8 or 9, week 8 or 9 or something like that. You're getting it in 6. There is a little situation where the Tennessee game is a Thursday night game. Now, obviously, that's a short week. You're at home against Atlanta, and then you got to go to Tennessee. That's tough, right? But that's also the little, you kind of get a little reprieve there because that's a little mini bye in itself. So that 2-week stretch on December 19th and that 1 week stretch, December 9th, 2-game stretch, December 19th, December 23rd, you can make it through that 1-1, maybe 2-0, and then you get your bye, and then you got your double bye because you play Houston right after that. So,
okay. All right.
No, hey, I'm gonna say that about the Texans. All right, you can bring the Cardinals up and all this other stuff. I'm gonna say that about the Texans.
That's fine. That's totally allowed. I just don't have the same venom about the Houston Texans now that Bill O'Brien is gone. It's more like indifference. Like, I don't care. Do what y'all want to do. By the way, okay, I get it. Content. You got to have content. Mm-hmm. We've got 4 hours of content here. We've got 20 hours of content every week.
No.
These dudes on television are running back a 17-0 theory on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Explain to me again why the hell anyone on earth would believe the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going 17-0. There is absolutely zero reason to believe that is even remotely possible.
Come on, man.
Hell, you could convince me the Texans are going 0-17 before you could convince me that the Bucks, are going 17-0. That mentioned, I asked you about the bye week there in week 6. They come out of that bye week on Sunday Night Football against the Indianapolis Colts. Carson Wentz in the Indianapolis Colts, and then week 8, Halloween. As we mentioned, and it's in Chicago. Is Justin Fields the quarterback of the Chicago Bears, and is Trey Lance the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers come week 8 of this season?
I think
2 weeks after the bye.
I think Justin Fields is. I don't think Trey Lance is. I got a follow-up question.
Okay.
Sunday Night Football, Indianapolis versus the Colts. Or excuse me, Indianapolis versus the 49ers.
Tough matchup there.
At Levi Stadium.
Uh-huh.
The very next week, Chicago against the 49ers at Soldier Field.
Yep.
If Kyle Shanahan and Matt Nagy sent the memo to the league office and said, we can guarantee you Trey Lance and Justin Fields will be starting these games, do you think they flip-flop those games on the primetime schedule?
Yes, 100%. But remember, the NFL isn't entirely 100% in charge.
This is true.
They work with the networks, and there is no way Fox is giving up Chicago and Justin Fields and San Francisco and Trey Lance
without anything in return. Now, maybe they can give them a little something back in return.
There you go. Good call. Trade. Network trade.
Yeah. Network trade here.
Yeah.
But the game let me see, what is
NFL? I feel like if the NFL pushed for something like, hey, we really need to do this.
Right.
I mean, Fox is going to acquiesce, obviously, even though Fox is the one that gave up $2 billion. Right. They'll acquiesce to this, but yeah, Chicago, that's primetime material right there.
So
it's a 4:25 start no matter what.
Right. But so here, let me give you the question here. If they did move Niners Bears to Sunday night, it's not even in the flex range at this point, so it's not happening. But I'm just saying, if they did, they would have to move out Dallas versus the Vikings, They did it last year. I was just about to ask, would they ever move Dallas out of Sunday Night Football? They did it last year, but do you think they would move Dallas out for Trey Lance versus Justin Fields?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, I don't think they would.
I think they'd move down. I mean, if you told Fox, we'll give you the Dallas Cowboys, I think they would. Absolutely. Because it's not up to NBC. It's not up to NBC to go, no, we want the Dallas Cowboys. It's up to Fox. Fox would be like, no, like we will or we won't. Fox, I'd bet money Fox would gladly take the Dallas Cowboys versus the freaking Minnesota Vikings and to put a Justin Fields Trey Lance matchup on Sunday Night Football.
So you think like would they be looking out or they would gladly change it? It's Fox. Would they be looking out?
I don't think I don't think they'd feel like they're taking a loss at that point.
Okay.
Because they feel like we're getting the Cowboys back. We're going to get that audience. We're losing, like it or not. Cowboys are an audience. That's why them getting moved out of the Sunday Night Football game was so embarrassing for Jerry, because people tune in to watch their sorry football team.
Yeah. And
so, like people are tuned into the 425, or I don't know why I keep saying that. The 125 start for the Cowboys.
Wow.
Even though it's the Vikings. Absolutely.
And the Vikings, you kind of poo-pooed on the Vikings, but they roll kind of deep. Like it's not Niners, Cowboys, Raiders, Steelers level by any mean. But you're talking about fans. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the team. I was like,
no.
You're talking about the fans. Okay.
I would say that's a matchup that would get a surprising amount of viewers from the Vikings side.
Okay.
They roll kind of deep. I really don't know why. I don't know who says, yo, we're rolling with the Vikings.
Tuning in to see Kirk Cousins.
Well, maybe so. They I know Randy Moss was big for them for a second.
We're gonna go over this 1,000 times. I mean, they've had some players there. It was a long time ago.
Dante Culpepper was big.
For sure. I got a great picture with DJ Cool where he's wearing a Dante Culpepper jersey.
I guess that's why it was at the top of the forefront of my head.
We're gonna go over this question 1,000 more times.
Mm-hmm.
You're allowed to change your answer. Do you think we see Trey Lance this season in a starting role, not in a garbage time role, or even a week 18 role? Do you think we see Trey Lance starting I won't go so far as to say a meaningful game, but a game like in the flow of the season?
I've been really against Trey, playing this year. If he wasn't ready. If he beat him out, then he beat him out. But just getting him in there at all costs, been against that. I'm starting to move on that just a little bit. Starting to get myself a little more okay with Trey Lance playing in meaningful games. Whether the ironic thing about it is people look for a game. What's a game where you'd want to get Trey in there? What's a game? What's a game where, get him a soft touch? Ironically, it's week 1.
It is. Well,
week 1 or week 11. What is that?
That's what it was. That was the Jacksonville game. That's the only other one I was looking at was Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go later in the season and talk about Cincinnati if you want to, or Atlanta or something along those lines. But if you're going in the meat of the season and you've got, you've got Philadelphia in that second week in Philadelphia, if you got the Packers there, then you start the divisional games with the Seahawks, the Cardinals, and the Rams. That's tough. We mentioned the Bears game there. You have a week 11, week 12. Hell, you've got a divisional game on a week 10 Monday Night Football matchup against the Rams. Like, hey, Trey, meet Aaron Donald.
Wow.
You guys are going to come. You guys are going to be become quite acquainted over the course of the next handful of years.
Look, they could wait till the easiest game on the schedule, and the easiest game in the schedule
17.
No, week 15.
That's the easiest game on the schedule. The Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, facts.
They play the Houston Texans 2 weeks later.
I'm digging it, Ramsey.
Oh, Kenny's doing a show for an audience of one, and I'm completely oblivious to this. So, okay.
Easiest game on the schedule. I mean,
it's Houston. Give me a break. It's Houston. It's week 17. Houston's a disaster.
Houston's worse than Jacksonville.
Yes,
and that rookie
absolutely.
coach that's not going to get anything done.
Who's gonna?
No, Jacksonville's terrible.
No, Jacksonville is terrible. Houston's going to be the worst team in the league. Okay. Houston had Deshaun Watson last year on an MVP season, 4 wins.
No, look, I'm not going to argue against them being the worst team in the league. I can understand. Yeah, sure. They got some. The Niners, the lucky thing for them, I think, is their road games are. I'm not going to call any of these games easy, but those are the road games that you want.
So this is. And now it depends on how the 49ers schedule. We've seen them, stay overnight in places, or stay overnight. We've seen them stay, over in places when they go to the East Coast. But
I think they'll do that to start the season.
The 49ers accumulate again, just according to fly out, fly back, 28,761 miles.
The league is against us.
That is the most in the entire league.
How we got more than Seattle?
Seattle, they 700 more, damn near 700 more. They're at 28,099. You have the Jaguars after that, then Los Angeles, then the Chargers. So you've got, you're just talking about. Okay,
they want us to lose. What?
I don't think that's what it is, but that's fine. The fewest miles. So here's the difference, just for those who are wondering. 28,000 for the 49ers, 28,000 plus. That's the most in the league. Mm-hmm. Cleveland Browns have the least. You want to even venture a guess? I know this is a stupid game to play on live radio.
28,000 for
28,000 for the 49ers. They're number one. I'll hit you with a couple of numbers. The Chargers are fifth most. They're 25,000 plus. The Browns are the least. And put this together yourself. The first, second, and third least: Browns, Steelers, Bengals.
Middle America. I would say 7,000.
Little bit higher, 9,913. That's where the Cleveland Browns are. The fewest miles to travel. There are 10 teams scheduled to play 5 primetime games this season.
Yeah.
3 of them are in the NFC West.
Come on, baby. The best division in football. I'm ready for all the smoke, too.
The Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks. The NFC West is the only division with 3 teams scheduled to play 5 primetime games. We'll come back. We'll talk more of the 49ers schedule. And unlike last year, game day with Kenny Caraway, going to start a little bit early this year. We'll also dive back into the Sacramento Kings and the Memphis Grizzlies tonight as D'Lo and Casey roll along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. You've got to go.
Yeah, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Somebody said something in there that, Ramsey. Don't be surprised if San Francisco starts 1-2 at best. Stop it. Yo, Chris Bosh is in here like really watching. It ain't even a spoof. Like he really watching, commenting on everything else in that's going on in the world. I see you, Chris Bosh. Jay, what's up, man? What's up? What's up? Where we at Monday night? Niners, Rams. What's up? Let's go. You know I'm ready. Let's do why everybody want to think everybody wants Seattle and Arizona to be better than the Niners so bad. They want them to be better than them so bad. And those teams aren't good. I did. Hold on, Miss Mac. Mac 10 is the lick. West Side is the click. Chris Bosh, Cards Nation. Fam.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Wait a minute. What? Flip-flop Rams and Cardinals? You think the Rams are finishing last in the division, Ramsey? Come on, man. Come on now. Oh, maybe he's talking about this one. Damien, they just want the Niners to be so bad. They want them to be bad so bad. But the bad thing is, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Ain't gonna happen.
We straight. We coming for you.
Number 6, baby. Number 6.
You know what it is. It took a ravaged injury ravaged team to get us to 6-10. We still got 6 wins. Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you like this: even if we have half of the injuries we had last year, playoff team probably. Don't let us be healthy.
No, I agree.
If we're healthy, it's over.
I agree. Well, I agree with the first part.
It's over if we're healthy. Agree with it both.
Got my green drink, Ace. You know how it is. That birthday suit Vibe Health Bar. Let's go. Yep. These burner accounts are definitely where it's at.
But no, I mentioned that.
Got a new member here. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you for being with us.
I mentioned that Chris Boss is literally just gives sports takes. Like it's not even a spoof account.
It's really Chris Bosh. I think the avatar is the spoof, but it's really Chris Bosh. You couldn't have found a picture of the WNBA hoodie. You just went with the orange hoodie. You just went with a orange hoodie. You didn't even take the time to Google WNBA hoodie. I'm with it though, and I wash my hands. Thank you. Thank you.
Backyard boogie, oogie, oogie.
Oh, there you go. How did that come up?
John said he missed the song.
Oh, yes.
Miss Mac
can't miss Mac 10.
Side is the click.
Only allowed in San Francisco.
We never got to this on the show, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Luke Walton is a top 5 clutch coach in the game. You heard it here first.
You want to repeat that nonsense you just said on the chat and explain yourself, please? I love that right as we get back from commercial, you thought, I'm going to go ahead and slide this in here on the commercial break. Damien ain't going to say nothing about it. What did you just say?
Well, before we do that, you hear J. Cole freestyle?
I haven't listened to it yet. No, you mentioned it yesterday. I didn't get to it. I'll get to it today.
Cold world. But anyway, what I did say is the numbers bear out. Luke Walton is a top 5 clutch coach in the game today.
What numbers are these? Are these Will Z numbers? Because if they're not Will Z numbers, I don't know if I trust them.
The numbers are the best out of timeout in clutch situations. These coaches are drawing up the best plays and get the highest quality shots after a timeout in clutch situations.
Clutch situations
number 4 in the whole league.
So what you're telling me is Luke Walton is the 4th best coach in the league?
I mean, I'm not telling you anything. The numbers may be telling you that. I'm not telling you nothing.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Okay. All right, Kenny.
I'm just going with the analytics. Isn't that what they want us to do nowadays? Listen to the analytics.
What story do... Okay. Hey, don't do it. Don't do it. Get in trouble. Can't do that.
Roddy on the chat talking about can't handle facts.
Okay. All right. How is he? Where does Luke Walton rank in terms of wins?
I don't know that.
He does run. Let's be clear. He runs great out of timeout plays.
He runs some really good ones. The funny thing about this is, so if there was a stat that talked about like defensive rating and Luke was like last in the league, his teams were like, the numbers bear it out. All right. The numbers bear it out. He's a terrible coach, but let a positive one come out.
Well, what does that even mean? What did you just say even mean? He runs good out of timeout plays. Great. You're 31-39.
They got to get in more clutch situations. That's what it tells me.
I feel like they've been in a lot of them. I don't feel like they've been blown out a ton this season.
What it really says is, to me, and this is, it's not a smooth, it's not a smooth stat. It's a real stat, but I don't take nothing into it. But what it says to me is, Luke can get them shots. They aren't making it in those clutch situations. That's what it tells me.
So how do you measure whether the play is good or not if they don't make the shot?
Because it says a high quality shot. So like the shot's wide open, they credit the out of bounds play for getting that shot. Look, I'm gonna tell you this. That means that's a lot easier to define than defensive Q rating or whatever the hell you guys want to throw out there all the time. Oh yeah.
The hell is a defensive Q rating?
Every 700 possessions, they get an average of a possible 1.7% of a point. That'll tell me who the best defensive team in the league is. Please.
What are you talking about right now? That Claritin got you bugging, man. What are you talking about?
They be throwing out there to prove that Luke Walton is a bad coach.
You know what?
Else is bad.
Luke Walton is a bad coach. My eyes. My eyes prove that Luke Walton is a bad coach. You can have your Q ratings and your defensive ratings and you add a timeout plays and all that stuff that you want to do. My eyes prove to me that Luke Walton is a bad coach.
Roddy on the chat line says, Luke be like, I'm still standing. I'm still strong.
And Kenny be like, ooh, I was almost too long.
I was about to say,
ooh,
I'm bored.
Boy,
I'm
about to get a call from San Francisco. Hey, knock it off. You're only allowed to do that on my other station.
Yeah. Now, as Joe Butcher Boy Shasky plays the entire Sprinkle Me song here on Twitch.
Butcher Boy was a God blessing FM DJ this morning. he was going at it. We strongly advise you to follow Butcher Boy, man. That's our guy. I can't wait to have him on pretty regularly here during the season. Particularly, I want a new edict in for this upcoming season. Butcher Boy can only come on after losses.
Oh, that'll be rough.
It'll be fun though.
It'll be fun, but
it'll be fun.
It'll be a rough Monday afternoon. Be rough.
What am I talking about? Butcher Boy was ecstatic when they drafted Trey Lance. He was exactly the same. He keeps the same energy, win or lose. His words are a little bit different, but he keeps the same energy, win or lose, man. And it's funny.
You know what I love here is as I look into the chat and everything. So much tongue in cheek in that stat that I laid out, right? So much, right? On the chat. You're an idiot. Too many bottles, Kenny. Luke Walton is a terrible coach. Okay, calm down. It was a joke. Relax.
Well, they could both be true. Kenny could be in the bottles, and Luke Walton could be a terrible coach.
That stat was a real stat. But me saying he was the fourth best coach in the league, most clutch coach in the league. We're joking.
Unbelievable, man.
We're joking.
Yeah, but you're dropping real stats. You knew that'd get a reaction. So if you're going to drop things to frustrate me, I'll drop things to frustrate you.
Oh, no.
The San Francisco 49ers have 5 10 a.m. starts. 5 10 a.m. starts. And so for those who are unaware, that means game day with Kenny Caraway and only Kenny Caraway begins at 8 a.m. 5 different times. Like Booker T would say, 5 different times.
That means
game day with Kenny Caraway begins
at Sunday morning. I'm getting up at about 7. Might even get up at 6:45. Give me some.
Oh, wow.
All the way up. whatever the case may be. Week 1 ain't gonna be no problem. I mean, week 1, I'm not tripping. Like, wake me up at 5. It doesn't matter. Don't do that, Queen Bee, because she's an early riser. She likes everybody else to be an early riser. I need my sleep.
That's where it should be.
So don't listen.
I'm
don't
up.
listen
We
to
all up.
You should have seen her the other morning. It's like 6:45. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Get out of my face. I'm asleep.
Well, the great part about that is it was like 10:25. It was damn near 10:30 in the afternoon. Me and Jazz were on to lunch, and Kenny hadn't even crawled out of bed yet.
It was definitely 6:45 in the morning. People, said, what are you doing?
People base lunch on the time of day it is. I base lunch on how long I've been up.
You don't have lunch at 9 a.m.
I'm in the mood for a sandwich and French fries. That's what I want to eat right now.
9:15. I'm have a sandwich. It's lunchtime.
Knock it out. Let's knock it out. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station. And driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you'll subscribe to those channels. We hope that if you're on YouTube right now, you'll hit the thumbs up and follow us there each and every single day, Monday through Friday, 12 to 4. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app and you can listen on ESPN 1320 AM here in Northern California. The Sacramento Kings are back in action tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. And they're still standing. They're still strong. They are still alive with the San Antonio Spurs losing last night to the Brooklyn Nets. And this is just a game we're going to keep having to play. The Spurs aren't leaving New York. They're just headed over to Madison Square Garden. They've got the Knicks tonight, and then they're headed to Arizona to close things out. So I don't know how this season ends. It's really far-fetched to think the Kings win. But, man, we could have some serious – tomorrow's either going to be a blast or it's going to be a funeral. And not a funeral because, so bad. But tomorrow is going to be like, wow, there's a real opportunity headed into the last weekend that the Kings grab a playing spot. Yeah. Or it's over. There's no in between.
So let me ask you this. Do you think – I think people will be a little upset, but I think everybody has prepared for the inevitable, right?
Sure.
What we think is the inevitable. So if it ended tonight, you'd be like, okay. Okay. If we won tonight and the Spurs lost, you'd have people sitting on the edge of their seats.
Yeah.
People are gonna be locked into D-Lo and KC tomorrow. You know what I mean?
They'll be locked in no matter what.
Yeah, they'll be locked in no matter what. But I hope so. They're gonna be locked. Right?
Nice. Well done. Well done, partner. Locked it is.
But if they lose, I mean, I know how I'll be. I'll be like, oh man. All right. We knew it wasn't gonna happen. So all right. I don't think it'd be a funeral.
You don't think so?
Nah. I think we've already had a repass for the Kings.
Well, but I still think it's a funeral. Because it's over. Like we've had rock bottoms. You know what I mean? We've had those. But this is the end. It's over. It's a funeral. And maybe it's not a funeral. Maybe it's a celebration. Maybe it's a going home celebration. A homegoing. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's not a funeral where it's somber. Maybe everybody isn't wearing black. Maybe they're wearing white. Maybe they're not playing sad music. Maybe they're playing Cool in the Gang. But either way, it's the end. And I feel like because of how close they are, and again, I feel like this comes more into play if we get through tonight. If the Kings win tonight and the Spurs lose and we're headed into the Friday night game, I feel like this type of conversation becomes greater in the Friday game because now you're just down to 2. And now as you're down to 2, you already hear it. You and Deuce brought it up earlier today. If the 2-0-9s had just been 2-7s, you could have been playing terrible basketball. But if you just done 2-7s, and now you start looking around and you go, well, lost twice to Memphis. Well, we all remember that Charlotte game. Anybody remember the other Charlotte game?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Damn near identical. You have those. You know what I mean? And you start looking and you start throwing through the, going through the league, talking about missed opportunities. Different team. I understand that. You lost to the Houston Rockets twice. It was a different team. James Harden wasn't there.
Mhm.
Lost to them twice. You just start running through it and going, man, would things have been different if we played Memphis earlier and the games hadn't been postponed?
Yeah.
I
remember
don't know.
that.
Huh?
I said, remember that?
Yeah, dude, it was an eternity ago.
Yeah.
January, but still, it was an eternity ago.
Changed everything. Having that extra day of practice.
Man, seriously. It's tough. Like you just find those moments where you go, wow, we wish we had that one. You lost to Washington, by 2. Man, and it is just jarring to see 9 straight L's. The Milwaukee one was by 1 point. They lost 129 to 128 to Milwaukee.
Terrence Davis had a good game that game too. I think
that was the
7 or something like that.
The rest of the games weren't particularly close. Like when they were bad, like those 9-game losing streaks, like they were bad. It's not like, oh, they were competitive. They fought. No, they stunk. They were awful. They gave up 140 points to the New York Knicks, who at the time were scoring 105. They were averaging 105 points per game, and they gave up 140. They scored 121 points and lost by 19. Like you can just go through their entire, at this point, 69 game schedule and just roll your eyes at so many of these losses.
Yeah. It's gonna be a situation where we look back a lot on games this year, and I'm sure everybody does. I'm sure every team, that wants to have a better record or whatever, they can look back at different games and say we should have won this one, we should have won that one. The amount of games that are inexcusable from the Kings seem relatively high this year, in my opinion.
They lost it. Let me ask you, I'm a quick observation. What would you consider a close game?
Within 2 possessions with 2 minutes to go.
Okay. I probably worded that poorly. They have not
already been decided, like a loss or something like that.
Like they haven't lost, like they've been beaten handily most games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but maybe not by like I'm looking here,
like 10 or 12.
5 point. Yeah, they lost a lot of those. Like, and that's why I was trying to figure out, like, is an 8-point game close? They've got a loss against Miami. That's not Miami. Sorry, the Clippers. That's 5. They lost to Miami by 1.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember that one, very, very early in the season. But most of them, like, there's a 26-point loss. There's a 21-point loss. Those were on back-to-back games. Like 8, 11, 12, 14. They don't feel particularly close. Oh, man.
Those, like I said, though,
this team is.
It's a tale of two seasons with these guys, though, man.
Is it? Are you sure?
Yeah, I think it's a different team because it's a different team. Now, the odd thing about that is the team that we like the most had a 9-game losing streak that was inexplainable. You could not explain what happened in the second 9 games.
And the games weren't close. Other than that Milwaukee one, the games weren't close. They weren't. You can all you want to. It's a 14-point loss. It's a 19-point loss. The 1-point loss we just mentioned, 10, 12, 16, 7.
You got to watch the game, though. Because Minnesota ended up being a 10-point loss, but I think it was a 1-point game with about 2 minutes to go. And then they pulled away. Utah was tied with 4 minutes to go. And they ended up pulling away on them. New Orleans, I think they were down by 3. They had that big comeback. They were down by 3 with under a minute to go or whatever. So, I mean, there's games like that. Then there's games that weren't ever really close, which is the Washington game or the Lakers game. Those games weren't close. The Phoenix game was another close one. I think that was a 1-possession game with under a minute to go.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying. I understand. Like they're not having a bunch of Charlotte losses, right? Where it's close,
right.
Something crazy happens. There's times when, for whatever reason, they're not able to close out, and the other team pulls away. later in that fourth quarter. So, yeah.
I can't remember the Miami game. Do you remember that one early in the season? Yeah, the 1 point one.
That's when Buddy stole the ball and ran to the 3-point line.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And people were talking about the last shot of the game where Fox, did they get a shot off? I think Rashawn Holmes might have shot a 3 or something, but it was the play design where Fox was killing. He had like 33, and they basically didn't. They tried like a screen and roll, and they didn't switch. They just doubled Fox the whole time. Weren't really prepared for that. Didn't have the spacing, and then get a good shot off at the end of that game right there.
Oh, the Buddy play.
Gosh
almighty. Fox had 30 in that one.
Yeah. He made it. Bagley, that was another game where he had a huge game and didn't play in the fourth quarter. He was balling. I think he had 18 or something like that in 3 quarters and didn't play in the fourth.
It was a lot of games this year. A lot of them. And it all boils down to this. It's Memphis tonight. And I mean, they've got Memphis tomorrow too. For some reason, that game's an hour later. But then they got Utah. I guess so. Get that McQueen poured and get ready for the Kings and the Grizzlies. And I do think if the Kings lose tonight, it will have like some sort of confirmation, whether it's tonight in the post-game press conference or tomorrow, that because De'Aaron's out tonight. They lose this game, I imagine, or San Antonio wins, and the Kings will know. Yeah, the Kings will know when their game is over. They'll because the Knicks and the Spurs start at 4:30.
4:30, yeah.
So we'll know, and they'll know, and I think we'll get some sort of announcement in the next 24 hours. Should that scenario play out, that De'Aaron Fox is probably done for the year. There's no point in bringing him back. I think you should probably make the same announcement regarding Harrison Barnes. I think we had Marvin Bagley as questionable or doubtful. We had Marvin Bagley as doubtful. Hell, make the same announcement for him too. Just get it over with. And let this group that's playing, finish it out. You want some Justin James minutes? You'll get some Justin James minutes. Get
Justin
some Kyle
James
Guy
is
run.
Giving us some good minutes.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely. I think he probably give a lot more. I still think Luke. I think Luke is still trying to balance. I got to work with the roster I have, but I know who can win me games when he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. I think we might see more Justin James. We might see more Kyle Guy in the final couple of games.
Maybe so. And to be fair, he's still playing. The season's not over right now. They're playing to get in the playoffs. So
100%.
Justin James, if he don't play, because I don't feel like that's the best for this team to win, that's where they go. I like this. I like this minutes. And then Kyle Guy, I want some Kyle Guy minutes, but Kyle Guy, he's got to start making some shots, man. And that's my guy. I'm just baffled. It's Nick Stauskas all over again. How can Kyle not make open jump shots?
It's not drafted at what, 7?
Yeah, right.
It's like Nick Stauskas all over again with no regrets.
I will easily sit up here and say, man, Nick Stauskas, I missed on that one because I thought he was going to be pretty good. I didn't think he was going to end up going as high as he did. I was surprised that the Kings ended up getting him, but he was a mid to late first round guy. Like, he was balling in Michigan. Can't believe he just couldn't shoot in the NBA. It's crazy.
Oh, I didn't even piece that together. You've said that before about why you were so high on about being high on Nick Stauskas. I completely forgot where he went to school.
And he was really good, but he was like Big Ten Player of the Year. Like, he was really good. I was like, this kid is nice. Was shooting from everywhere. Got to the NBA and became a bricklayer.
Why doesn't the shot translate sometimes?
I have no idea. To me, that should be the one that will always translate.
The most basic thing to transfer over. Like, if you can't play defense the same way, understandable. But the shot just not. Yeah, it didn't come over from Ann Arbor. I don't know what to tell you. It's not to pick on Nick Stauskas, even though it's warranted. He's not the only one. It's not like he's the only one who could shoot in college and got over, and suddenly it was like, that shot don't fall anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of it has to do with confidence and all those other things, and maybe self-doubt when you get to the NBA level. And confident. A lot of shooting is confidence. You know what I mean? So if it's not there.
So the reason that I couldn't hit threes is I wasn't confident enough. Okay. Where were you in my high school basketball run?
I don't know.
During my freshman year.
I was on the south side of Sac. You were in El Camino.
That's, yeah.
You were out there with, I think his name was Christensen or something like that. His last name.
Okay.
Good little ball player.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I was working at the radio station. KYDS, baby. That's how we roll over at El Camino Fundamental High School, indeed.
Shout out to the Eagles.
Do you think Monty McNair gets excited? Like, what does Monty McNair think right now? Like, I'm trying to envision Monty McNair being excited about anything. But two, do you think he's looking at this like, all right, Luke, let's go, baby. Like, let's go. We got a chance to do this. Or is he too cool for that? Is he just sitting back with his, bamboo rum and is just hanging out and sipping his drink? And when it's over, it's over. And if it continues, it continues. But he's not going to get high or low either way.
Yeah, no.
Montyism.
I think Monty is. I really think he's pretty. Yeah, he's probably got some bamboo. Like he's really chill right now.
Yeah.
He kind of knows which way he wants to go about things, and if it happens, that'd be awesome. If it doesn't, we move accordingly because he knows this summer and going into next year is what it's really all about. I don't want to use the term gap year, but this summer and next year is what it's really all about. And I think he's done things to prepare himself to have a big summer. Whether it's he's already taken care of some of these things here. We don't have to go searching for this big, overhaul of the bench. Like the bench is almost set. So now you can really
sort of.
Yeah, it's
I mean, he's got to keep like you want Mo Harkless, you want Terrence Davis, you want all of these guys here.
Yeah,
but
you don't have to go identify him.
Okay, all right, I got you.
You want Harkless here. You want Terrence Davis here. At least I do.
Sure.
And you've got that set. Now you can go big fish hunting because you don't have to waste time with the other stuff. You can go big fish hunting. You can go big fish hunting with your draft pick. It's been simplified a little bit by what he's been able to do during the season this year. So he's like, all right, I've set myself up pretty well. If we make the playoffs, that's even better. Another song.
Yeah. You say big fish hunting. He's got to do some big contract moving.
Absolutely.
Like that's a big part of his offseason that he couldn't, accomplish, or maybe he didn't even attempt to, by the way, accomplish during the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to get. I'm not in the move Harrison Barnes camp. You have to get one of those contracts out of here.
Yeah.
Even if it's Harrison, you've got to get him out if you can't move Buddy, but you probably start with Buddy and go from there. Unless full transparency and the things we were talking about earlier this week, at least how I feel, unless you hire a new coach, unless you decide that Luke Walton isn't your guy and you hire a new coach and that new coach would benefit from a guy like Buddy Hield, then that's not the guy you can move. I think you got to I think Buddy has enough talent, as nuts as he drives all of us, most of us. He has enough talent to me where like you got to hold on to that. And if you've got a coach that can make it work, you make it work with Buddy. It's just tough knowing one of those contracts has to go, and the other one being Harrison Barnes. Hold that thought, Casey. We're going to come back. We'll give you the BetQL line. Yikes. We got it for you. We'll let you know what BetQL thinks about the Sacramento Kings in the game tonight. We'll talk about the Pelicans. Pelicans were eliminated as well. We'll talk about this playing picture. Kings are still in it. So we're going to keep talking about it here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We can get him.
Mitch is still standing. He's still strong.
He is. He is. Y'all hit that thumbs up. You just getting in here. Let's get to 100. I notice when we get to 100, man, those post-show views just go through the Thank you for making the switch. Appreciate it. Now, was that so hard? Was that so hard?
Hold on. I got to pull back over. What happened? Oh, there we go.
They have the generic orange.
There you go.
Y'all hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you're not already subscribers, please. I think it boils down to what do coaches think of Buddy? Do they think he's being used properly? Do they think he's being mismanaged? Do they think he could, Monty could get more out of him? Luke could get more out of him? I'm not really sure. Not sure. We may find out. We may find out. I know Orlando. Like I don't even know what Orlando's looking for.
Orlando, I don't think they're looking to add contract.
Yeah, that made me laugh too. That was funny. Oh boy. I'm sorry, Kenny. What?
Oh,
What was that? Run that by me again.
that was pretty funny. That was an all-time moment right there. Absolutely.
Oh boy. Yeah, you can't void years like the NFL does. That amnesty wasn't around too long, man. That amnesty deal was not around too long.
Need that Allen Houston, man.
I don't know. I've been confused all year. I can't lie. I have no idea who's starting the ball. Like every fourth quarter, it's like, oh man, I didn't know in the first quarter who was starting the ball with the fourth. This is trash.
You guys are some
And I
jerks.
always lose track of what happens when a team goes in the penalty. You know, one more, Duck, one more, and they'll be in the penalty. You know what that means? No, what does it mean? Just tell me. It's my first basketball game ever. What's it mean? What's the penalty mean? What's it mean? They're playing 4-on-5? What's it mean? Tell me. But please do remind me 82 freaking times a year.
Oh man.
Oh man. Man. Brian, have you gotten in your buddy hate tweet today? I always call them tweets. They're just text messages. Have you gotten that in today? I feel like maybe you did and I missed it. An angel doesn't get its wings if you don't send a bad tweet about Buddy Hield.
Directly after the show, I have to go take Reese to get his haircut, and we got to battle Elk Grove Boulevard. Oh my God.
Ooh. Jay Will, appreciate you, fam. Legendary Blue Devil right there. Run it back. Just,
are you from? You from Inglewood somewhere?
Just start this over. Run the drop again. Yeah, run the drop again, and we'll hit this. Just edit this. Ready? Here we go. In 3, 2, and 1. Jason Williams, the fan right there, legendary Duke Blue Devil. They do out there in Durham. Appreciate you, Jay Will. Thanks for the love, man. Do they do that show in Bristol or do they do it in Los Angeles?
I think they do it in New York.
Oh, do they do it? Oh, wow. Okay. 0 for 3. That's good. That's good. Well done.
I don't think there's any shows done in LA.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I think they're all New York. They should be doing some shows in LA. The Jump is in LA.
Yeah, I mean, Keyshawn was, well, yeah, maybe they wouldn't want to do a morning show where they had to get up at, that would be 3 a.m. Yeah, that makes sense. What the, you know what? Edit all of this out. Just take this whole part out of YouTube, Twitch, and the D-Lo and KC podcast on Honest, just so there's no, documented evidence of how stupid I can be coming out of breaks. You know, as I was thinking during the commercial, I was like, man, I feel like we're struggling right now. I feel like we're struggling. Like, I think we're thinking about this game tonight, and we're trying to balance like really what the game is with like expectations, and and then Jay Will comes on and I can't speak anymore, and oh, what a disaster the last 65 seconds have been.
Well, we're gonna kick it up a notch. It hasn't been a disaster, but we're about to take it up a notch.
No, the last 65 seconds have been a disaster.
Oh, you said Bluke.
And then I speculated whether they do the show in Los Angeles or Bristol.
Like, no show in Seattle.
Dumbass, they do it in New York. Yes, they do the morning show in Los Angeles. So they all collectively wake up at about midnight to do their show meeting and head into the studio for the 3 a.m. start time so it can air all over the nation.
I will say this, though. There are times when like Stephen A. is in L.A. And does First Take.
Absolutely.
Man, because I'm assuming, I don't know how that goes, but I'm sure that they have a show meeting, 2 hours before or an hour before or something like that. It's an early morning, man.
Yeah.
That's an early,
but that's a
meeting at 5.
That's
about 4:30 or something.
No, that's because that show starts at 8, right?
I thought it started at 7. Yeah, it starts at 7.
Okay, it starts at 7. Yeah, show meeting. Yeah, that's right.
Oof.
That's right. Show meeting probably at 5.
Oof.
Yeah.
But you're done at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, dude. Stephen A. is rewarded very handsomely for getting up at 3:30 or 4 a.m.
I'll get up.
Yeah, like
I won't go to sleep.
Believe it. I've speculated sometimes if you've done this show without going to sleep the night before, and this show starts at noon. So I'm not sure. BetQL thinks the Kings haven't gone to sleep because, my goodness, BetQL doesn't think the Kings are winning tonight. Not whatsoever. Books across the board are going 8. I found one. This is Caesars, 8.5. William Hill is 8.5. So it's split kind of between 8 and 8.5.
Mm-hmm.
BetQL says, we're going to go 11.5.
Damn. They only had no Valanciunas.
They going 11.5. Not only that, they love this game. Memphis Grizzlies are 30-13 versus up-tempo teams, averaging 88 or more shots per game this season. They've got this ranked as a 5-star game.
Wow, I thought we was cool, BetQL.
Put your money on it. According to BetQL, they've got the Memphis Grizzlies by 11.5 with an over-under at 228.5.
So disrespectful. I thought we was cool.
11.5. Damn.
I'm saying 11.5.
I mean, like, I get it. No De'Aaron, right? No Harrison. No Bagley, probably. None of the. I get it, but
that's a lot. 11.5 is a lot. 11.5 is a lot.
You gonna get in on it? Yeah. Like, are you confident enough? Are you confident that it's too much?
I would get in on that game, but I got in on another game.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I ain't even gonna say it because I want things to go well.
Oh, I think I smell what the Rock is cooking. All right. Another game to pay attention to tonight begins in just over an hour. It is the San Antonio Spurs at the New York Knicks. And perhaps lost in all of this is what really is a big surprise this season. Certainly it's a massive surprise for the National Basketball Association, who went to bed last night going, wait a minute, Zion's gone? The Pelicans are out of this? I mean, we were kind of hoping Zion's finger would get better in time for a play-in game. Hell, at the beginning of the season, we weren't expecting Zion to be in a play-in situation. I wonder if Adam had to get on the phone with Griffin, like, hey, look, we're going to need you to fix this situation this offseason because we need Zion playing into the postseason.
Well, look, how about this? Yeah, I agree with you. Might have got on the phone and he might have been like, look, Griff, we tried to spoon feed you for the ball and you didn't get that done. You need to get it done now. Yeah. So I don't know what this year's phone call going to sound like.
Final warning. David, this is your final warning. We cannot have, and I know Zion's out right now, but this is meant to be an overview of the entire Pelican season. They should not be in this position that they are in. They should not be 31-39. The league certainly didn't expect them to be in a 31-39 situation. I mean, the fact that they're eliminated, it's just down to the Kings. That's it. The Kings are the only team that can compete with the San Antonio Spurs right now for the play-in, and that's hanging by a thread. It could all end tonight, could all continue into tomorrow, but the Pelicans' chances are gone. Timberwolves, Oklahoma City, Houston, they've all long been eliminated. And as we look at the, we look at the conference, we want the Kings to be better. In order to get better, some teams probably are going to get worse. We were ready to write off Portland a couple of weeks ago. You still ready?
I mean, write them off. For
we were ready for a blow up. We were watch the Portland Trailblazers. Watch. I got my eye on someone. I want y'all to watch the Portland Trailblazers. That's what you told us. You still got a watchful eye out on the Portland Trailblazers now that they're up to 41-29 now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But it depends on what they like. If they like going to the second round and never having a shot at winning the championship, who am I to say that's a bad thing? Because I would take that here in Sacramento. But they're spending a lot of money for that. That's all I'm saying. Spending a lot of money for that. So I got my eye on them.
Okay. You think they want to get out of some of that salary? Does winning, they said a deep playoff run. There was an article that came out a while ago that said Terry Stott's job is on the line without a deep playoff run. What does that mean? Does that mean Western Conference Finals? Or does that mean NBA Finals?
Like. Western Conference Finals, that's what it sounds like. Second round, getting bounced in the second round. I don't think that keeps his job.
CJ's been hurt a ton this year, man.
He has been.
I mean, maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe you feel like maybe we're at that point now where guys can't stay healthy. CJ is 30. It's not like CJ's 22. It's not like CJ's 24 even. Like CJ's like 30 years old. Maybe that's where the move has to be made. But you look around. Denver's not getting worse. In fact, could probably make an argument Denver's getting better.
You can make that argument.
Phoenix, how do they follow up this run that they had this year? I think that's a perfectly fair question. Chris Paul's not under contract next year, right?
Free agent. So they're gonna have to pay up to him, and they're gonna have to pay up, which means they may have to move some guys. I don't know what their cap situation is, but I mean, they may have to move a couple guys to make Chris Paul fit. Can't let him leave though.
Golden State will be at least a little bit better next year. They're on a great run right now. They've won 4 in a row. They're 37-33 without Klay Thompson. They're gonna have somewhat of a roster overhaul this offseason. Like Kelly Oubre, they're gonna have to figure some things out to get out of some of that. You talk about a team that's spending money. This next year, I thought it was this year, but with Klay's injury, that changed. Next year may very well be the last run. We've got one more chance. Let's see if we can do this. And if we can't, we're not going to be the Portland Trailblazers because the Warriors are spending a fortune to try to make this work one more time, like a massive amount of money to make this work one more time. And if they can't, you got to start thinking about, moving guys out of there, moving some of the contracts out of there. Point being, in this long-winded way, it's difficult to look at the Western Conference and figure out who's going to get worse next year.
Well, San Antonio for one. All right, they're losing DeMar DeRozan. They're on their way out. So San Antonio is going to drop off.
Derrick Rose out tonight versus San Antonio, by the way.
Come on, Tibbs.
Sprained left ankle.
Jesus.
Derrick Rose is out. Bullock is available. Burks is available. Emmanuel Quickly is available. Stone those out there.
That's my boy, Emmanuel Quickly.
That is your guy.
But man, needed D Rose. But yeah, man, San Antonio is going to be out the way. Memphis, I know I'm always pushing them to the side all the time. And they've proved me wrong for the last couple of years, but they're not world beaters, and they've got some decisions they got to make with Dylan Brooks and a couple of things that they need to do for cap space and things of that nature. So, I mean, I can see those two teams falling back a little bit. Dallas, I'm not saying I can see them coming out, but I don't know if they'll be able to. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a big part of what they do. He's a free agent. He's going to be looking to get paid. I don't know if they have the money to pay him. So Dallas is another one to look out. Like I said, not to fall out, but they could fall back into that 7, 8, 9, 10 situation. So and then New Orleans, people may look at New Orleans. Here's the thing. The teams that aren't there, I don't think they're ready to move. Right? So I don't think Houston's ready to move. I'm not sure if OKC's ready to move. Minnesota is a question mark.
Okay. That's the one I was going to ask about.
Minnesota, New Orleans is a question mark. But like I said, there could be one spot available in this play-in situation with San Antonio going out.
But then it's like, is it legitimately 9 teams stay the same?
That's the worst case scenario.
I thought Memphis. I was wrong about Memphis. I'll just have to take that one on the chin. I was wrong about
a couple
Memphis.
Years about them now.
Yeah. Maybe it's time we get off that hill and see what happens. I didn't expect them to be in this position, and it wasn't even so much because of the way last year ended. I just didn't see it. Like I was just like, I think we're overreacting a little bit to Memphis. Like if you had told me Memphis was maybe like 2 games below 500, like in that vicinity, not 3 games, but like they're 5 to 6 games better than I thought they would be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which in this case, that's a big deal.
And they got my brother Taylor Jenkins out there doing a great job.
Doing a great job, Taylor Jenkins there. This is going to be a tough go. Houston, no. Oklahoma City, maybe, not, but like
something, but maybe
like. Better, certainly better than they were this year. Again, remember, this was a team that they have 21 wins right now. They had 20 wins like damn near 2 months ago. They've been sitting on 20 and 21 wins for like a month and a half, legitimately a month and a half, dating back to I think it was April 1st. Minnesota, I think, is the biggest question mark. New Orleans, as is, ain't it? Like it's just not an accident, like or a fluke. Like New Orleans, there are so many, and Lonzo's gone probably, despite the fact that it seemed he really had a good season. I'm not sure that it's going to work out where he's back with the Pelicans. So he's out of there. They've got changes they need to make. Probably the biggest one is moving the whole damn franchise to a different place, but it's a different story. Yeah. Shouldn't say that type of thing in Sacramento. Sorry.
Yeah, but New
Orleans don't even care. New Orleans take them. New Orleans is like, oh, cool. The Saints and LSU, that cute. They got Beale Street. They got Mardi Gras. They're like, they ain't worried about
talking about their sports. They love their sports down there, though. No, they love their sports.
They love the Saints. They love LSU. Yeah. They love the donut with the sugar on it.
Oh boy, Cafe Des Monde.
They like the Pelicans. They're okay with the Pelicans being in their city. I don't think they love the Pelicans.
No,
which is part of the problem.
Yeah, absolutely not. I was doing a little research, mid-segment research.
No, is this more Luke Walton clutch out of bounds plays, out of timeout plays?
No, not at all. Phoenix has a little situation here where Chris Paul has a player option after this year.
I think we talked about that. 34. Okay.
So I think we expect when we think about a new deal for Chris Paul, we're thinking he'll sign an extension, right? And maybe opt out, sign an extension that pays him 4 years for $25 million or something like that. But if he doesn't opt out, they got $44 million on the books for him, 31 for Devin Booker. They may have some cap situations.
From the desk of James Ham.
Oh, boy.
According to Luke Walton, Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, and Marvin Bagley are all out tonight for the Kings. De'Aaron's not a surprise. We knew. Harrison, we figured. Marvin Bagley out. I don't know what to do with this dude, man.
Tragic.
I don't know what to say. This dude cannot stay on the basketball court. I'm sorry. Can we get clarification? Like, I can log into the Zoom here real quick. I didn't even think of that. Like, this is groin tightness.
That's what I'm assuming it is. Yeah. That's what I'm assuming, man. It is.
I'm not trying to look down at it. I just like this dude cannot stay on the basketball court.
Nah, man. That's the one thing. You can't rely on him. I'm willing to work with that and cross my fingers, I can understand somebody who isn't.
27th missed game this season. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he doesn't play the rest of the year. That's 3 more games, so it would be 27 tonight, 28 tomorrow, 29 on Sunday. He will have missed 29 games this season should he not play another game.
Wow.
Bruh. That I feel he's not trying to get injured.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. But at some point, like you've got to, if you can move on, you've got to move on. You have to. I know you're tantalized. I know he had a 31-point game. I know he's 22 freaking years old. He can't stay on the floor. And if you're not giving up, he can't stay on the floor, dude.
Let me ask you a question. You know, we say buddy at all costs. Do you feel that way about Marvin?
No, I'm not. I don't know that I'm buddy at all costs. I'm one of those guys. I feel like you have to get rid of one of those deals to be able to execute the way Monty wants to execute. I would prefer Buddy over Bagley. I would prefer Buddy over Barnes, excuse me. But I also will repeat to you, if they make a coaching change and that coach wants a guy who he can believe shoot, he can work around the deficiencies of Buddy Hield, Buddy can be serviceable in that position. Maybe you could have him have a more consistent season than he did this year. And I think that's the most difficult move of all of them. I'm not sure I'm Bagley at all cost, but I don't even know what to do with this guy.
Secure the Bagley makes a good point. We usually don't agree, but he makes a good point. So should Memphis get rid of JJJ, Jaren Jackson Jr.?
No. His upside's greater.
No, it's not.
Jaren Jackson Jr.?
Yeah,
yes,
Marvin Bagley is about the same, if not a better player than Jaren Jackson.
Disagree. Jaren Jackson's a significantly better defender too. Like massively better defender.
If you look at his numbers, they're about the same. They're about the same. He is not his upside is not better than Marvin Bagley.
He is a significantly better defender.
Okay, Marvin Bagley is a better offensive player and a better offensive talent.
You just said their numbers were the same.
Yeah.
If their numbers are the same, then they're the same offensively, and Jaren Jackson is a significantly better defender. Therefore, Jaren Jackson is better. I don't think Bagley has an upside. I don't think Bagley's upside is greater than Jaren Jackson. Let the people in Memphis, even if you insecure into Bagley can worry about Memphis, and you can worry about Jaren Jackson. I'm worried about Marvin Bagley.
Well, the whole point of that is you don't just Jaren Jackson can't stay on the floor either. He can't stay on the floor. So
he's not my concern. He's not on the Sacramento Kings. I don't care what the Memphis Grizzlies do with Jaren Jackson.
You wouldn't get rid of Jaren Jackson, and you shouldn't get rid of Marvin Bagley.
Okay, ride that. So when he's here for 30 games next year, and you're tantalized in game number 2, and he ain't doing nothing, and we're sitting here talking about, oh yeah, Kings made the playoffs just like we said, but Marvin's out for it. Cool, ride that. Enjoy it.
I would definitely enjoy that.
You ride that. You ride the wave. Let me know how it works. Because that ain't gonna work for me. He comes back and puts together 2 comparable games, and dumbasses like me get excited. Oh, Kenny, let's do it, man. I'm with you. I'm on the Kenny train. Me, you, and securing the Bagley on YouTube. Let's ride it out. And then he misses the next 5. Give me a break.
Okay, so
what are we doing right now?
Let me get back to the original question that I have for you, though. Is it get rid of him at all costs?
No, it is not get rid of him at all costs.
You got to move on from him.
You do, but I'm not saying trade him for a second. I'm not saying everybody's got a price for the $1 million man. I'm not saying trade him for a second round pick.
What's your acceptable?
A comparable player, a guy who can give you, I don't even know if it has to be a starter at this point. A guy who can give you 25 minutes. A guy who can give you 20 to 25 minutes. Maybe, I don't even know that you can get a 6-man, candidate. You might have to get a 7th-man guy. But a guy who's in your hypothetically, I would have taken Mo Harkless at this point. Maybe that's recency bias because I see what Mo Harkless does here, so it's not fair to use Mo or Terrence Davis. I'm looking for a player like that. Mo plays where he's at. His roles may vary. Y'all got to stop with this. Stop with this. He's 22 years old. He doesn't play. It doesn't freaking matter how old he is. He doesn't play. What are you talking about? He's so great. We're going to have a 23-year-old who doesn't play, a 24-year-old who doesn't play, a 25-year-old who doesn't play. Y'all ride these same sorry-ass storylines over and over again. Securing Bagley talking about, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. You ain't got to come back tomorrow. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. Go. Come up with a new talking point. Come up with a new storyline. Y'all saying the same stuff over and over again, and it's played.
The point about it, Damien, is
why did y'all let y'all who's the heavenly rookie? Tyreek Evans. Tyreek Evans see a second deal?
Nope.
Why?
Because he was hurt. Tyreek Evans
couldn't stay healthy.
Tyreek Evans was pretty damn good in New Orleans too.
Couldn't stay healthy.
He was pretty good in New Orleans.
And he was a bust here. He was a bust here. So you're going to continue to ride this out?
He helped them get to the playoffs. If
ain't do it here.
Because he didn't get the second contract. And the second contract he got with New Orleans, he helped them get to the playoffs.
So you're going to write. So what you're going to do is you're going to sign him going, man, I hope he could do what Tyreek Evans did in New Orleans.
I wouldn't think twice about Tyreek Evans. You brought him up. I wouldn't sign Bagley thinking about anything that happened with Tyreek Evans or anybody else. I look at him, and you could probably get him for the cheap, right? And you ride this thing out. If somebody's like, yo, here, take our lottery pick for Marvin Bagley, obviously you try and make that move. But they're going to give you, they're not giving you, you're not getting much of anything from Marvin Bagley. I don't think you're getting much of anything.
So just stick around for $11 million. That's what we're doing?
Because I'm going to tell you, this is what people are going to do.
I'm saying it's not at all cost. Get some back. And if you don't think it is, then keep him here. But just know you're going to get 30 games out of him next year. You're going to get 35. You're going to get tantalized for like 8 of them. He's going to drop 31. You're going to be like, ooh, he's going to drop 31 against the Thunder. You're going to be like, ooh, look what Marvin did. I'm excited. D-Lo. Marvin got me tantalized. He's got me excited out here. He is 23 years old. You see what this young man, 31-10 last night. Update from Luke Walton. Marvin Bagley's out for the next 7 weeks.
Look, man, I'm just gonna tell you like this. You gotta ride this out if you're the Kings. You gotta ride it out. You have to write it out. You got a guy at 22 years old. And yes, his age does make a difference, because if he was 26, yeah, you'd move on. At 22, you hope to develop him physically and basketball wise.
Okay.
You got to write it out. Unless, like I said, unless you get a great deal. If you don't get a great deal.
Well, you're not getting that.
So you
I guess we got to change that. Great deal in context.
Right.
Like would Mo Harkless for Marvin Bagley have been a great deal? Again, it's a bit unfair because we've seen what Mo Harkless has done here, but a Mo Harkless type player.
Right. I mean, yeah, that'd be, man, by itself though. I don't know, man. I'd like at least some kind of.
Is Marvin influential into this team winning or losing at this point? Like, are you looking?
I think he is. I think a healthy Marvin Bagley takes him to another place. That doesn't mean they can't win without him. I'm not saying that.
I hear you,
but I think if he's right, that gives them something else that they're kind of missing.
Was it the Pacers or the Mavericks that he had the big game?
The Pacers, he had the bigger game. He had like
31.
Yeah. So he had like 23 against the Mavericks, but against the Pacers, he had 31.
So he came back. I think so. It was like 18. He had a good game against the Lakers. Had that outing against Dallas, the big outing against the Pacers. Mm-hmm. Do they win any of those games if he doesn't do that?
I'm not sure they win the Dallas game.
Okay.
Especially losing Tyrese the way they did. I mean, he turned it up.
That's right. That's right. Fair enough.
He went out.
Fair enough.
I do see what you're saying. It's not like losing De'Aaron Fox. It's not like losing Tyrese Halliburton. Like, it's not like losing Harrison Barnes. Not right now. But I think you got to take a chance and hope that he gets to that place. or close to it.
If I said next year, we're going to get to Sherwin here in a second. If I said next year, you can have Harrison Barnes or Marvin Bagley. We've got to make a deal to acquire blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to move one of them. Who are you keeping, Harrison or Marvin?
I mean, I'm not trying to bail on your question. That's tough to answer without knowing who you're trying to get back.
Okay.
Because if you're getting somebody back that would replace Harrison, yeah, okay, cool.
Say a front court player.
Let's say if it was John Collins, I will let Marvin go.
Okay. 916-349-1320. Sherwin, what's good, baby? Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys, I love the passion. I had to call because, from the day one when Bagley got drafted, my biggest problem with Marvin Bagley is he's a very athletic big, right? That has to bang. He's not a finesse player. I would think we'd agree. He doesn't have a lot of finesse to his game. He has good moves, but guys like that tend to get hurt a lot, right? And that's really, I said this 2 years ago. For the record, right? That was my concern. He keeps getting hurt. Because he's banging, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. That said, and I didn't want to draft him either, to be clear, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to give up another key player on this team without something in return. We did that with Bogdanovich. I'm not saying that Bagley is the future of the team, but I do think that we need to sign him for one more year just in case he does stay healthy for the year. And if we want to let him go at that point, then we can trade him for some value.
And you're just...
I also think...
Go ahead, Sherwin.
I agree with you. The guy can't stay healthy. He's been garbage for us, straight up, all right? But what if we were to, package him and pick to trade up a couple of spots for a guy that we do want? That's something that I'm all about, right? If we take our, Corey Kispert pick.
Whoa. No, Crisper's actually not bad. He's actually not bad. I like Corey Crisper.
Oh, we appreciate you. Thanks, Sherwin. And I was a bit unclear. I wanted to follow up. I wasn't sure if he meant. I don't think you can sign Marvin for one more year. I'm not sure if he's talking about just keeping him around next year. He was talking about you got to sign him. I don't think you can sign Marvin for one more season. I think what he was referring to is keeping him around next year. I'm not sure if I misunderstood that or not.
Now what Sherwin brought up is actually, I like that idea. And that could be a way that you finagle some stuff.
Trading up in the draft?
Yeah, say the Kings have the 10 pick. You trade the 10 and Marvin Bagley to get in the top 5. I'm not sure if I'm in the top 5 that I'm trading out of there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm one of those top 5 guys, I don't know what I could be offered to get out of the top 5 because those teams are hopeless and they need big help, right? So just giving me Marvin Bagley and a pick later in the draft, I don't know if that's enough for me. But, I mean, that would be something that interests me. I mentioned it earlier. You got somebody like you throw your number 1 pick in Marvin Bagley at Toronto for Pascal Siakam. You know what I mean? You offer it. You see what you can get out of that. I don't even know if you could do that without giving up Buddy Hield because of the contracts. But, I mean, that's an option. I'm not, and I don't think you're saying this either. I'm not here keeping him at all costs, but I got to get something. Or I'm good holding on to him. And I'm not saying, I say that to say I don't think you're saying you already said, don't get rid of him at all costs. You want something back. I may need something a little bit more than Mo Harkless, to be honest with you, a Mo Harkless type player.
How would you argue that if you're Monty McNair? Like, how do you say, no, I need more than that? Like, dude, you're sending me a player who's played in 52% of his games. Give me a break, Monty. I'm doing you a favor. And if Marvin does go off and plays, hypothetically, Marvin's traded this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Marvin plays 75 plus games next year. Marvin plays 70 plus games this next year. Mm-hmm. There needs to be an evaluation of a different level of this Sacramento Kings team. I ain't going to call nobody out because I don't know him. Mm-hmm. Think about it. Marvin just walks out of here, walks out of Sacramento, and suddenly he can play basketball without getting injured? Suddenly there's no issues with groin tightness? Suddenly there's no issues with this, that? There's probably some different issues here that need to be addressed. Because if Marvin is just magically better next year, King's got a whole other host of problems.
Yeah. I'm not.
I want it to work. Don't get it twisted. This isn't Luka Marvin. This isn't that. I want it to work. But damn, we were just excited about this dude a week ago.
We were.
A week ago. Then it's followed up with the biggest game of the year. 18 minutes. And I'm not even faulting him for that. I looked at that more like Luke, like, damn, Luke, you trust everybody else. You can't trust Marvin to play through a bad start. You literally will let Buddy shoot 1,000 threes in 3 quarters. He gonna be there in the end, though. You don't trust. You can't give Marvin that same level of trust. Followed that up with, it was the blowout against Oklahoma City. He only played 23 minutes, which was fine. The guys didn't play a lot of minutes in that game. It's glaring when Buddy and, at the time, whether De'Aaron, Harrison, those guys are playing 36, 37, 38, 39 minutes, and then there's Marvin at 23.
Right.
Wait a minute. Well, what is that? And so it went from, return from injury. This is Marvin's career. Return from injury. Off the bench versus the Lakers. Good outing against the Lakers. Another injury. Into the starting lineup. Good outing against Dallas. Like, oh, okay, Marvin. Looks like a completely different player. Then the Pacers game gets here. Yo, is this Marvin? And then it went here and back down into the familiar status of the James Ham tweet. Marvin Bagley out tonight versus the Memphis Grizzlies.
I'd like to know what's really going on. Because it's so much what I deem as nonsense going on. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know who is who, but I don't understand why Marvin just ain't playing. And I know they're saying he's hurt and all this other stuff. I don't know why he's just not playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, there shouldn't be this whole 18 minutes one night or whatever. He should be playing 30 minutes a night. And he should be in there the majority of the time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
I don't know why it's all these other shenanigans. I'd like to know what's really going on. Is it the coach? Is it the organization? Is it the player? What is keeping him from playing basketball, just out there? Like, you look at somebody like Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese just plays. He just plays. Ain't no minute restriction, nothing like that, or, we're not trusting him here, all this other stuff. Now, you can make the argument Tyrese is a better player. Sure, that's cool too, but he just plays. He has just played from day one. Like, before you even knew he was like this really good basketball player. He just played 25, 30 minutes a night. Why isn't it that simple with Marvin Bagley?
I don't have an answer.
I'd like to know what's going on.
I don't have an answer. Maybe it's not the organization.
Maybe it's not. Maybe
Maybe one day we'll have the answers to all these damn questions regarding Marvin Bagley. Whether he's here or he's not. Do you it all boils down to this. No matter how I feel, I want to get to Rico real quick. Rico's been waiting. I don't want to. Do you got Kenny's keys?
Yeah. Real quick. I ain't even gonna play the beat. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, let me get Rico real quick, and then we'll go to Kenny's keys. Is that cool?
Okay.
Okay. Let me get 916-349-1320. What's up, Rico?
Hi, Rico. How you guys doing, man?
We all right, man. How you doing, bro?
Good. So, I listen to you guys every day on my lunch. I get about a good hour. And so a couple things I want to say. Like, for one, I'm a big Kings fan and a Niner fan. I called last time about the Jimmy G thing. I'm glad we got Lance. So
there you go.
Hopefully Jimmy G lasts for the year, and then let Lance take over next year. But as far as getting back to the Kings, I really think Luke got to go.
Okay.
I think pretty much we have the best record when it's 3 points or less or something in the NBA or something like that. But then we're getting blown out all these games. We're getting blown out all these games. But another thing I got a thing that I want to comment on is that I don't know why, but it seems like you guys don't like Buddy Hield too much, and I think but he is like a key part. Maybe he is having a bad year this year. I will give him that. But other than that, he's been good since he got here. And I would like to see the team. I would like to see the team together with Bagley, Hill. The trade they made a big difference. I just think another coach with the squad we got, and if we had to let either Bagley or Harrison Barnes go, I'd rather say Barnes, because like this is really like the first year that Barnes is really playing up to his contract.
Okay.
I hear you. Well, that's a whole other discussion. Casey, go ahead.
No, just real quick. I need them to the Grizzlies do a great job scoring off the bench. One of the best teams in the league. Kings are gonna have to find a way to outscore them on the bench. Grizzlies are one of the top teams in points off a turnover, so you got to take care of the basketball, win the turnover battle. You'll be good there. And then last but not least, I need the Kings to go out there and make sure they out fast break the Memphis Grizzlies. Memphis Grizzlies are one of the great teams in the league right now in the last 20 games or so in fast break scoring. Kings need to do better than them fast break scoring tonight. So if they can do all those, they will win tonight.
It's a celebration with excitement, or it's a funeral with some what ifs. Either way, we'll be here tomorrow at 12. Check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And we'll be back tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings. Yeah, that was some good shit. That was good.
So, not that I was right. I meant everything I said.
Yeah.
But I saw that little number in the upper left-hand corner. Like, how is this happening? Like, all right, I'll write it out.
Yeah.
Write it out. Like, oh, okay. Write it out. Write it. All right, let's go with it. Let's run with it. Hey, look, bro. Be careful what you message, because you're kind of being an asshole. The message that I'm not going to put up on the screen, one shot above that, like, chill, bro. Like, you could disagree. We could disagree. We absolutely said shut Marvin down because it was apparent Luke wasn't playing him. Then he played him. It was like, let it ride then. Like, right. What are we going to do? There's more to the Marvin story that we haven't talked about on the air. And as soon as we get the thumbs up to talk about it, we will. Or as soon as the person who told me about it gets the thumbs up to talk about it, he will. There's a lot to this story. We're not just pulling takes out of our ass.
100.
And I like him.
Right.
I want to be tantalized.
I've said numerous times, you can't rely on Marvin Bagley. With that said, I'm willing to ride it out. But I can understand where that is like completely. I don't have a whole lot of an argument outside of hope to keep him. What you've seen is just nothing but potential. That's all it is. Because you can't stay on the floor. You can't. I get it. I would go about it different. I'm gonna ride it out. But how am I gonna look at D'Lo or anybody else that says, nah, you got to move on? I get that too.
You've got to be able to make a move this offseason. Securing the Bagley works the last damn nerve like every day. Most days it's manageable.
Chat and Twitter.
Bruh, it's like, is that Big Marv? Do we know that securing the Bagley? Like, I don't even know securing the Bagley's name. We just know him by his handle. I think I know everybody in here's name.
Oh man. Yeah, securing the Bagley. I hate to jet out early, but
yeah, go ahead.
Is nasty right now. So
all right.
I need to get down there.
All right, get to work. We will see y'all tomorrow, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for riding. Thanks for the comments. Even securing the Bagley. Thanks for the comments. We'll one way or another, man. We're back tomorrow at noon.
Yes, indeed.